Good morning, team. How is everybody?
I think we're all still asleep. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Commissioner Byrd. I was over at the Bochum building yesterday for the move-in. It's a little, it's a big job. That's all you could say.
Does it look a little disorganized right now?
No, it's just trying to get all that furniture in those little doors and up that little elevator. That's kind of the issue.
Well, if it's easy, anybody could do it.
I mean, they had just unloaded 2 trucks as of 5 o'clock yesterday, and they were going back for a third. I don't know how late they were there.
Oh, they were there till 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
8 o'clock.
Yep. And back at it this morning at 8 o'clock. So
When do they plan on being all moved in?
I think that's hard to say. As Judy indicated, we have more stuff than we have space for in that building, and it wasn't exactly organized when it went into the storage shed. So it's
storage.
We're kind of having to, dig through and pick out the good stuff and the stuff we probably won't ever use again. So, but I think we'll have the basics, desks, chairs, and filing cabinets hopefully sorted out today, and at least the office spaces will have that, and then we'll figure out the rest later. It's as Judy said.
It's always a process.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't moved in about 7 years, but the move usually takes a couple days. Moving in takes months. Unpacking all your boxes.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you gotta.
So they're two different things. But we'll get
reorganizing when you realize the flow isn't right.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then I saw my desk, and I'm like, oh, that's my desk. It goes up on the 3rd floor. And then they're like, no, it broke. And sure enough, it had broken.
Oh.
So, but then they said, oh, there's all these other desks for people who aren't going to be having an office. So at some point, I'll have to pick out some other desk once we figure out everything. So that's kind of where my personal situation's at.
Yeah, well, hopefully somebody gets the desk I had in my office. It was a nice desk.
I think you're going to get it.
I don't think I have an office.
I'm not sure.
At least that was my understanding. There was only 3 commissioner offices.
Oh, yeah, maybe you know more than I do. Well, what does it look like? And I'll go hunt it down.
Well, I'm afraid I'm missing part of our conversation. My computer has reset this meeting twice already since we've started chatting this morning.
Really?
So looks like I'm going to be in and out all day. Yeah. Some days are worse than others. And looks like because of the storms, I think it's going to be bad for me today.
How much rain did you get out there?
I don't know. It's been raining since 9 o'clock the night before last.
Wow.
It's still raining. We're getting a good rain right now, and it has been for about the last 2 hours. We're not flooding like it did down in Carlsbad.
Right. That's what I was wondering.
But if this keeps coming, all we need is a fast half-inch rain, and we will see some flooding because the ground is just wet. It's what, 36 hours of rain now almost. So it's beautiful. I love it.
I bet it is.
Oh yeah, whenever
Last
it
time
rains,
I remember this was 20 or 30 years ago, but just raining like this constantly for days. I'm sure it has since, but you know, those memories that you keep.
oh no, totally. I remember when I first moved here and I passed the bar, and there was like a 3-day rainy period. And one of those days I had to come up. I was working in Albuquerque and I had to come up to Santa Fe to do the bar. This was in 1984. And yeah, it was, those things stick in your memory of like 3 days of solid rain here is so unusual.
Right. Well, and we were reading the news articles from Carlsbad last night because, you know, we used to live down there. And every time they'd name a street, well, that one always floods. Well, that one always floods. That one, well, they always flood. Well, there's nothing unusual in Carlsbad. If you live on James Street in Carlsbad, you're going to flood every few years. That's just how it is. Standpipe always floods. So that the bridge on, was it San Juan Road, it floods regularly. So it just a good rain down in that part too.
Good morning, everyone. Joe Maestas here.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Any word
General?
on any word on Commissioner Fishman? He said he may be late or may not be able to attend at all. I guess he had a family emergency.
Oh no.
Yeah, I heard that, but I don't have any update.
Okay, so Judy, you'll be helping with the proceedings, roll call, and all that stuff.
Yes, and then the only thing I would remind, I sent an email yesterday. We're having we need a motion to amend the agenda to add the continuation minutes of June 15th, which are dated June 18th.
All right.
So if someone could make a motion and then the commission can approve amending the agenda to add the June 18th minute, which was a continuation of the June 15th meeting.
Right. Yeah, they were sent out. It's just not listed.
Right. And so we need a motion to amend the agenda. But other than that, I don't see anything else. I know that we have someone who wants to make a public comment.
Okay, well, it's 9:30 and I'm going to call this meeting to order and we'll see when Chairman Fishman shows up, and I'll turn over the virtual gavel to him. So Judy, please proceed with roll call.
Yes. Commissioner Fishman is not present, but Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Here.
Commissioner Hall.
Here.
Commissioner Byrd.
Present.
Commissioner Maestas.
I'm here.
We have a quorum. There are 4 commissioners present for the meeting.
All right. We have the Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge. Commissioner Hall, do you mind leading us in both?
Recording.
Oh, we got an echo there.
Let's give it a try.
That's better.
I'm not echoing. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. One nation. I forgot. What is it?
And to the republic
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you for that, Commissioner
Boy.
Hall. So
I need some caffeine, huh?
next, we have consideration and approval of the agenda. So we have a potential amendment, but in addition to that, I want to ask all commissioners to let me know if they have any changes to the consent agenda as well. So I'll entertain a motion. I believe we need a motion to include the June 18th minutes that were a continuation of the June 15th minutes. So that's one amendment. Are there any other potential amendments to the agenda? And I'd like a motion.
So moved.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
yes, I would like to make a motion with an amended meeting announcement with the continuations of the open meetings. That's my motion. Thank you.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Vicente Aguilar and a second from Commissioner Byrd. Any other discussion on the motion? Judy, please take the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The motion to approve the agenda as amended has passed 4-0.
Okay, moving on to item 4, introduction of special guests. Who's on deck for that?
I was told that Commissioner Byrd was going to introduce the Employee of the Month for June 2021. Is that correct,
Commissioner Byrd, take it away.
Yes, give me a second. Sorry. I too am asleep, apparently.
It's the rain.
Yeah. Okay. So I get the pleasure of doing this 2 months in a row, and I don't mind stealing that from my fellow commissioners. The New Mexico Public Regulation Commission hereby recognizes Jason Montoya as the NMPRC Employee of the Month for June 2021. Whereas Mr. Montoya serves as Pipeline Safety Bureau Chief and Acting Transportation Division Director with the Transportation Division of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. And whereas Jason Montoya has worked for the PRC for 11 years, whereas his nomination states Jason Montoya approaches his work with an attitude of willingness, he prioritizes the PRC and is dedicated to everyone in the agency being successful. Whereas Jason Montoya continues to serve the PRC with dedication and great ability. Now therefore be it resolved that the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission of the state of New Mexico congratulates Jason Montoya on his selection as Employee of the Month for June 2021. And honestly, if we had a bigger recognition, I would be willing to give that to Mr. Montoya. He has served this agency exceptionally well over the last year and a half. And, his dedication is just evident. And I want to say that I really appreciate the work ethic and the leadership that has been shown by Mr. Montoya. And I hope that he remains with the commission for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me that time to recognize Mr. Montoya.
You bet, Commissioner Byrd. Any comments from commissioners regarding our Employee of the Month, Mr. Jason Montoya?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Well, I would just say the wording of that recognition is very nice, but I would beef it up a little bit myself too. I mean, I think he approaches his work with more than willingness by a large measure. I mean, I think he approaches his work with fierce fierce determination to achieve the best aims, achieve the best outcomes that he can. And otherwise, I agree with Commissioner Byrd that I hope he remains for many years to come because of his strong dedication to our agency and his tremendous work drive and desire to do the best.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Any other commissioners wish to comment? Well, I just want to also echo what Commissioners Hall and Byrd had to say about Jason. I mean, being new to the commission, he really was instrumental in helping me through my transition. Well, the transition continues, but Jason really was very helpful to me, and I appreciate that. And yes, he is a dedicated employee, and I think his presence for years to come will really help the stability of this agency. So well-deserved recognition. And so, Commissioner Byrd, does this include the customary free parking spot at the Para parking lot?
Free parking spot in front of his home, right in front of his office. Jason's on, Mr. Chair, if we wouldn't mind having him pop in.
Of course. Jason Montoya, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. It's been a while. Thank you for the recognition. Thank you for all the kind words. I appreciate it. Even though I'm not involved at the Chief of Staff level, I know Wayne's doing a great job. He's also coming up to speed on everything that's going on at the commission. So I applaud all of the actions that's been taken in a very short period of time. He has a couple of huge projects on his hands, as you know, the transition of returning to the office. And I know he has a good team that he's built around himself to help with that and finalize it. Yeah, we've been through a lot. I mean, I've been here since 2010, and through all the growth and development and pains and whatnot that comes with just this territory, we've figured out a way, right? And we'll continue to figure out a way. I'm a dedicated employee, obviously. Thank you for recognizing that. If you look at my total career, I've had 2 jobs, and one is in the private sector and now in the public. So I think that shows some dedication, and you know, we just continue to build good teams and good people around us, and we'll continue to be successful. So I appreciate it. Thank you. I know you haven't heard from me quite a bit since the transition, but just know transportation is extremely busy as well. So we're catching up on a lot of things that probably have been needing that type of attention for a long period of time. But thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jason. And yes, we have quite a few transportation related items on the agenda today, and as we've had recently. Judy, before we move on, can you just tell me who's going to make public comment?
Well, I don't have the entire list of public comment requesters. Sarah might have it. Is that correct, Sarah?
Judy, Sarah is out of the office today, so I'm actually hosting the meeting. This is
okay.
Isaac.
All right, thanks, Isaac.
We have one public commenter signed up. His name is Raymond Sanchez. He represents Superior Ambulance. He wants to make a comment about what will be docket number 21-00166 TRM. It was listed on the agenda as a TREN, but it's been decided it's going to be a TRM instead. But before he makes his comment, I believe Judy is going to want to give the commission a bit of advice about it.
Yeah, thank you, Isaac.
Judy, just before you do that, since we're still on introduction of special guests, even though Raymond Sanchez is our public commenter, I just wanted to recognize Raymond Sanchez. I think everyone knows he's the former Speaker of the House. longtime dedicated public servant to the people of New Mexico. So on this portion, I just wanted to recognize Raymond Sanchez for that. So go ahead, Judy.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Maestas. Regarding the public comment of Superior Ambulance, this is a potentially open docket. The commission hasn't formally opened it. It's proposed to be opened on the agenda. So that's the first matter. It's not an adjudicatory docket, and therefore it's my opinion that Mr. Sanchez can make a comment because it does not violate the ex parte rule since it's not an adjudication. And it actually hasn't been an open docket, but that being said, mainly because it's not an adjudicatory docket. He can make a public comment on behalf of Superior.
Okay, anything else, Judy?
No.
All right, Mr. Raymond Sanchez, on behalf of Superior, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? Does everybody hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Members of the commission, welcome to all the new members of the commission. I offer my condolences to you. It's quite a job, but yet congratulations. And to Jason, I'd like to offer my congratulations on his being given the honor of being an employee of the month. I'd give him employee of the year practically. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my purpose is to merely, and I recognize what Judith just mentioned. That's why I signed up for the order. I didn't think it was adjudicated issue. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make, and I hope the order, because I haven't been able to see what it contains, but I do hope that the commission takes into consideration the fact that back in January, Superior was notified that they no longer had the contract for San Miguel and for Las Vegas. That was going to be effective on June the 1st. That was apparently extended sometime in April to July the 1st, but in the meantime, Superior had begun to move its equipment, and also its employees were beginning to seek other employment. I hope everybody understands that the situation that's created up there was not the fault of Superior. They're more than willing to continue to try to serve that area, but please be aware that they've lost approximately 60% of their employees. They're pulling in people from all over the city of Albuquerque and other locations that they have. I just wanted to make the point that situation that is facing the commission and northern New Mexico, San Miguel and Las Vegas, was not created by Superior. Apparently AMR took their time in trying to figure out that they needed an emergency application, which I see they finally applied for, to cover the situation up there. We're doing everything we can, and hopefully the order and the explanation that is given for it will contain some of what I said. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I appreciate your patience and the opportunity to address you. And thank you for mentioning, Mr. Chairman. You and I go back a long ways, and it's good to see you chairing it instead of Mr. Fishman, but you're doing a marvelous job. Thank you all, Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you. Appreciate that. And again, thank you for your service to the state.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
I would also like to thank Mr. Sanchez. He was my state representative for many, many years, and I got to know him over numerous neighborhood issues. And I always thought he was an incredibly hardworking, intelligent, professional, and public motivated person. He was quite an inspiration to me. So I want to thank him too. And I'm glad he's still representing the transportation agency and helping them do better now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Anything else before we move on? Any other commissioner comments? All right, let's move on to presentations. Man, this is a bittersweet presentation from John Kondratek from the State Fire Marshal's Office. should I break out the Kleenex, John? I know the State Fire Marshal's office is going to be leaving the PRC on July 1. And so anyway, without any further delay, take it away, John. Floor is yours. You're on mute,
Unmute.
John. You're speechless.
That better?
There you are.
Not better.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. As you just announced, today is our last full day, June 30th, here at the Public Regulation Commission. It's kind of a sad day, but I wanted to take this opportunity just to address the commission and say that, you know, on behalf of the State Fire Marshal's Office, that we appreciate the service and support that we've received for many years, you know, from each and every one of the staff and the commissioners. We just wanted to say thank you. I have today just a small token of appreciation. I don't know if you guys can see this, but it's just a small plaque, and I'll just go ahead and read it. It says, to the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission and staff, in recognition and appreciation for your many years of service and support to the New Mexico State Fire Marshal's Office, January 1st, 1999 to June 30th, 2021. You know, again, thank you. I've been with the agency for 3 years. In that short amount of time, I've seen many changes going on with our agency and the PRC as well. We've been able to grow and expand and better ourselves, and we weren't able to do that without the support of you guys. So again, the agency, everybody in the agency expresses their appreciation and gratefulness.
Thank you, John. We appreciate that nice plaque. We'll actually have a place to put it, hopefully in July. But I'm going to open the floor to any commissioners that wish to make any comments regarding the departure of the State Fire Marshal's Office from the PRC.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. Well, John, it's good to see you, at least in the capacity that we're able to today. I miss those times that we got to sit and just really talk about issues, and hope you're enjoying your stay here in New Mexico. I hope you plan on staying here, not heading back to the south. The weather's much better even when it is raining. It smells good.
Definitely.
On you, on the personal level, I wish you the best of luck. I'm sure there's uncertainty with change that always comes, but you're quite capable of whatever comes before you, and I know you're going to land well on your feet. And I think you have led this agency, the Fire Marshal's Office, in a good direction. And I think your track record will speak for itself. And I wish that just a little reminder to all the Fire Marshal staff that regardless of who the boss is, you work for the people in New Mexico, and always keep them in mind and do the best that you've always done. And look forward to getting to see you and just catching up with you on the personal level someday. And I'll fight for you guys to the best of my ability from where I am now, but I will continue to be a firefighter here in New Mexico, and we'll see you guys down the road. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet, Commissioner Byrd. You know, you're going to fight as much as you can being a lame duck. Right. Just kidding. Any other commissioners that wish?
You ever been bit by a duck? It hurts.
Any other comments from commissioners? Well, I just want to say that if it wasn't for the State Fire Marshal's Office, we wouldn't have any IPRA requests. So this is going to be a little slow on that regard. And you know, being the last of the elected commissioners facing certain extinction, it's been a pleasure to work with you, John. I think I had a lot of constituent requests that related to fire safety and you and your staff. were extremely responsive in helping to respond to those. And I really appreciate it. There was never any delay. You just got right down to it and got it resolved. So I truly appreciate it. And, we're going to miss you. By the time it's all said and done, I think we'll be down to like one utility division, perhaps by the time 2023 rolls around. But thank you for your service. And I wish everybody, all the staff with the fire marshals, the best of luck through this transition, through this move. There's going to be a lot of changes, but hopefully it'll be for the better. We are one of the few, as I understand, state regulatory commissions that had housed fire safety. And so, perhaps that was maybe the only logical legislative change to the PRC that's been made. So I wish you and all your staff the best of luck. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you for those kind words, and commissioners, thank you again. Let's stay in touch. I think as far as emails and phone numbers, those are all going to stay the same. So please, if we can assist you guys in any way, please reach out to us. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Good to see you.
Mr. Chair, before John leaves.
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
There's been, I don't know if you saw it, John, but there's been some notes from general staff in the comment section, wishing you guys well and seeing you down the road. So anyway, those well wishes come from your fellow staff here at the PRC as well. And I just want to point out, you can see the comments if you want, but anyway, I just want to make sure staff's voice is being heard here, that they're wishing you guys well in your endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Byrd, and I will respond to those comments. And thank you again.
Thank you, and thank you, staff, for those well wishes to the State Fire Marshal's Office and John. All right, next on the agenda, item 7, consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes. So, Judy, we probably should take each one, or can we have the mother of all motions and approve all the minutes?
Commissioner Maestas, members of the commission, since the agenda was already voted to amend it to include the June 18th continuation minutes, I think you can just do one motion to consider and approve prior meeting minutes.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve prior meeting minutes that includes the June 8th, June 9th, and the June 15th original and continuation of the minutes that includes the continuation on June 15th.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Do I hear a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Hall. Any discussion on the motion? All right, roll call vote. Judy.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The motion to consider and approve prior meeting minutes has passed 4-0.
Great, thank you, Judy. Moving on to item 8, we have the consent action items. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hall, second by Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent action items? All right, Judy, roll call vote.
I believe we normally read the titles of the consent.
Okay,
item.
Go for it.
So I'll do that at this time. Case number 21-00133 TRM in the matter of the application of American Medical Response Ambulance Service, Inc., DBA American Medical Response Emergicare, to lease certificate number 26770 held by the City of Roswell. Case number 21-00138 TRM in the matter of the application of CSI Medical Flight Services LLC for amendment of certificate number 57773. Case number 21-00132 TRM in the matter of the application of Sunset Transportation LLC for a certificate to provide non-emergency medical transport service. And 21-00044-UT in the matter of the application of Grady Martin Wind LLC for approvals and authorizations for the location approval of the Grady Martin Wind facility and associated Gentie line in Quay County and Curry County, New Mexico, pursuant to NMSA 1978-6293, and for right-of-way with determination pursuant to NMSA 1978-6293.2, all only to the extent required by law. And then case number 20-00233 UT in the matter of the joint application of Valley Telephone Cooperative, Inc. and Copper Valley Telephone, Inc., providing notice of change in circumstances and requesting expedited approval for the transfer of certificate of convenience and necessity.
Thank you, Judy. So we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? All right, Judy, please take the roll.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The consent agenda items just read by me have passed 4-0.
Thank you, Judy. So we're moving on to the regular action items. Item number 6. And Judy, I'll just let you all usually read it. If you could just read the case and the title. And I'm not sure if Christopher Ryan or you are going to start this off, but please proceed.
Thank you. Commissioner Maestas and members of the commission, this matter comes before you in the matter of the formal complaint of Crystal C. Winters against Superior Ambulance Service, Inc., DBA Superior Medical Transport, and We Care Transportation. And Christopher Ryan will present the recommended decision, and I subsequently will present the potential final order.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
I'll bring up the recommended decision on the share screen here so we can all see it together. This is a transportation matter initiated by complainant Crystal Winters. It involves allegations against Superior Ambulance and We Care Transportation. The case involves incidents arising from the non-emergency medical transport of Miss Winters, who is a Medicaid recipient. At the time the events at issue here occurred, Superior held the contract with Presbyterian to coordinate and conduct non-emergency transportation for Medicaid patients enrolled in Presbyterian Centennial Health plans. Superior received requests for transports and then coordinated among transport providers to ensure the transport was provided. We Care was one of the providers who conducted those transports. Important to note that Superior no longer provides Medicare transports like those at issue in this case. We Care is still involved in that business. Moving just through the recommended decision. Ms. Winters' complaint and the amendments she filed offer many claims against Superior and We Care. I believe there was something along the lines of 5 or 6 amendments to the roughly 40-page initial complaint we received from Ms. Winters. So there's much to talk about within those documents, but the most serious claim obviously was that a driver employed by We Care, Mr. Steve Chavez, held Ms. Winters captive and threatened her in a manner that caused Miss Winters to fear for her life and safety. That was the event occurring on May 4th of 2018. A staff witness, Miss Leela Sandoval, discovered the existence of this case through pure happenstance and had actually a very similar experience with the very same driver who did the things Miss Winters alleged that he did. Miss Sandoval's encounter was somewhat different. It was a slightly different experience, but it was similar enough that Miss Sandoval participated meaningfully in the case. Ms. Winters also alleges that the companies failed her in a variety of mundane ways. She claims the companies picked her up late and failed to properly schedule transports. And I don't mean to diminish that by saying mundane. It's just not quite as sensational as the most extreme claim in this case. The transport company's positions throughout this proceeding was that there had been nothing incorrect that occurred in these matters, that the provision of service was more than adequate. And they asked the commission to dismiss this case. The position didn't change basically until the conclusion, or throughout the entirety of the case, and remained the same even to the conclusion. Moving down through the evidence that was presented in this matter, I'll just jump to. So the assessment of the evidence, there was much to consider, roughly 10 incidents to evaluate. The incidents were evaluated as the commission had directed the hearing examiner in this matter to assess all of the alleged violations Ms. Winters raised and determine the truth or falsity of those claims. Some of Ms. Winters' claims about the events underlying her complaint and amendments were not established. There was either insufficient evidence or Ms. Winters otherwise just did not meet the burden to establish a violation. She did, however, provide credible testimony to support several of her allegations. With regard to her most serious allegation, that being that she was held captive on one occasion, the evidence presented made it almost impossible to say precisely how the event between Ms. Winters and the driver played out, specifically on May 4th, 2018. And by that, I mean specifically relating to his having left the highway, drove under some trees, and then sat and basically put Ms. Winters in fear for her own life. That had to do with the fact that the GPS log simply did not establish that Mr. Chavez left the road at some point between Tucumcari and, between Albuquerque and Tucumcari. Having concluded that, however, that Ms. Winters and even Mr. Chavez's admissions to Commission investigator Vince Crespin made very clear that it appears he did stop after encountering a truck, which was consistent with what Ms. Winters claimed. So at the end of the day, the conclusion was much of what occurred on May 4th, 2018 was consistent with the logs, and there was enough evidence effectively to conclude that a regulatory violation had occurred on that date, though the recommended decision does state that it is impossible to know precisely what happened between Mr. Chavez and Ms. Winters on the drive back from Tucumcari to Albuquerque, but that does not preclude the finding of a regulatory violation on that date. The other key staff witness in this matter, Ms. Sandoval, her account of what occurred between her and Mr. Chavez and her having to flee to a restroom to hide away from a man she felt was threatening her life, not her life necessarily, but threatening her safety. But no one actually meaningfully challenged that, so her account was credited. Taking all the violations together, the commission, the recommended decision suggests that the commission impose a fine of $70,300, 70300, which the companies should share the burden of paying. The determination that that is how it should be broken down by percentages basically arose from a consequence of the fact that it was very clear to all, specifically Investigator Crespin, that there was much finger pointing going on within the transport agencies to determine who was specifically at fault for anything. So ultimately, the determination was made that the best way forward for the safety and benefit of the users of this transportation was to hold all accountable who are providing some measure of service within the context of actually getting a transport recipient from point A to point B, responsible for any problems that occur in the course of that transport. The breakdown that was recommended with that was that WeCare should pay approximately $49,210 or 70% of the fine. Superior should pay the remaining $21,090,090 or 30% of the fine. Having recommended that, that does align with the recommendations of the witnesses and staff in this matter. Another significant aspect of this case are the non-monetary penalties that were recommended. It was clear in the course of the proceeding that some of the issues that were encountered are not remedial or cannot be remediated by monetary penalties. For instance, it was clear that the commission should be receiving complaints. The way the structure worked within the context of this case was that Superior received all the complaints about a particular transport. Superior investigated those complaints, and Superior determined whether or not they had merit or not. There's a complaint log that's lengthy that's referenced in the course of the recommended decision. The problem with the fact that it's basically kept by, evaluated, and then stored by the regulated entity is it becomes very difficult to know what is the truth of any of the allegations in there. So I think all involved agreed ultimately that the complaints should be stored and provided to the commission. One of the things that's integral to having complaints provided to the commission is that the transport companies are most definitely—
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, Mr. Hearing Examiner, could you
Commissioner
please—
Hall.
I'm having trouble hearing everything Mr. Ryan is saying. Could you please just speak up a little louder, maybe a little slower, Mr. Ryan?
Yes, I'm sorry. Is my audio not adequate?
I don't think it's loud enough for me. Or, yeah, I think that's basically the problem. I can't hear you well enough.
Okay, I will try to speak louder. Effectively, what I had said is that the next step within the commission receiving the complaints is to ensure that the transport providers are displaying the notice that they are required to provide under 18.3.2.19, effectively states that directs a transport recipient or notifies the transport recipient that they can complain to the commission. So in order for the commission to receive the complaints, obviously that notice needs to be present in all vehicles. The third item that was addressed, which had to do with non-monetary penalties, is the issue of rogue drivers. It became very clear in the course of these proceedings that there was inadequate systems in place to monitor and catch an individual like Steve Chavez, who engaged in repeated instances of really pretty extreme conduct that jeopardized the safety of the passengers being transported. And that's a consequence of the fact that there is no system to identify these individuals. And it was the transport companies themselves that were very strongly recommending that some sort of database exist to understand who these people are, and so to make sure they don't circulate through the system without consequence. The fourth point is that the company who took over the contract with Presbyterian from Superior, the recommended decision suggests in the course of the discussion that the staff of the commission be sure to communicate with that entity in whatever way is necessary to ensure that the types of problems that occurred in this matter do not repeat. The last two issues that are addressing non-monetary issues relate specifically to WeCare. The discussion and the evidence in this case pretty clearly demonstrated that WeCare's drug testing policy is not in fact consistent with what it represents as occurring, specifically as to random drug testings. The random drug testings may have in fact determined whether or not Mr. Chavez should have been driving in the first place. That's sort of speculation, but at least it was supposed to be a random drug testing policy in place, but it wasn't being conducted appropriately. And the last point regarding accurate forms, it was pretty clear in the course of this proceeding that the forms that were being generated, the transportation verification forms, there were potential errors on them as a consequence of the fact that the drivers who were conducting the transports for WeCare were not accurately capturing the information necessary to correctly identify when a transport began and when it ended. Having identified all of these non-monetary penalties, I want to make abundantly clear, and the recommended decision says this, that there is a limited amount of time that the staff of the commission has and a lot of work to be done. Mr. Crespin and the other staff witnesses made this abundantly clear. And so therefore the recommended decision indicates that the commission should, to the maximum extent possible, put the onus on the transportation providers to effectuate the non-monetary changes or policies that I've just gone through and that are stated in the recommended decision. The only point of clarification I would make is that the decretal paragraphs, and this is moving towards the conclusion of the discussion here, errantly suggest that the docket should be closed. That is effectively a sort of throwaway line, which I errantly included in this document accidentally. The docket should not be closed, but obviously should be remained open until staff does what it feels is necessary to address the non-monetary aspects of this case. And with that, I will cease sharing my screen and make myself available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Before we move on to the order, are there any questions regarding the recommended decision by Mr. Ryan?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. My only concern or question is the $70,000 fine. That I don't disagree that some penalty is certainly warranted. I think your findings are accurate. I think your calculation on the 70,000 is probably within what's legal. So my only question is, I guess, to my fellow commissioners here, are you guys comfortable with $70,000 fine? I'll ask Judy, I guess, what's the highest fine for transportation that's ever been given by the commission? Do we know that answer?
Commissioner Byrd, members of the commission, I do not know the highest. I do think it is, it's worth going through the calculation just to illustrate why I would recommend that the fine be adopted as proposed by the hearing examiner. First, it was $10,000 for Mr. Chavez's conduct towards Ms. Winters on May 4th, 2018. The recommended decision, and I think Mr. Ryan should go through this in detail to you to let you know why that is actually, given what Mr. Chavez did to Ms. Winters on that date, the $10,000 is extremely reasonable. And then $10,000 for failing to appropriately investigate Ms. Winters' allegations in the days following the events of May 4th, 2018. Again, the RD goes into a lot of detail about the failure to appropriately investigate very serious allegations. There's number 3 is $100 for each transport that Mr. Chavez, despite the two companies having knowledge of Ms. Winters' allegations and others' allegations regarding him, was permitted to continue driving after the May 4th, 2018 incident. 184 transports, total 18,300. $5,000 for the fact that Ms. Winters was transported several times in vehicles where the notice that the commission retains authority over transport providers was not present. $1,000 for picking up Ms. Winters 2 hours late on June 6, 2018. $1,000 for picking up Ms. Winters more than 2 hours late on October 23rd, 2018. $10,000 for Mr. Chavez's conduct towards Ms. Sandoval on February 19th, 2019. Again, I would like the hearing examiner to state in more detail the seriousness of that incident. It was equally, there's no way to rate the seriousness. It was equally as serious as Ms. Winters' incident on May 4th. $10,000 for failing to adequately investigate Ms. Sandoval's allegations in the days following the February 19th, 2019 incident. Again, same failure to investigate as happened regarding Ms. Winters' May 4th, 2018 incident. And then $5,000 for the fact that Ms. Sandoval was transported several times in vehicles that did not include notice that the commission retains authority over transport providers. Now, after Mr. Ryan goes through those February 19th and May 4th incidents and the failure to investigate, the only recommendation I could make would be perhaps decreasing some of the penalties for picking up late, and decreasing some of the penalties for lack of notice. But regarding the incidents on May 4th and February 19th and the failure to investigate both of those incidents, the $10,000 fines for all four of those are extremely reasonable in my opinion. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Ryan to explain the May 4th, 2018 incident and the failure to investigate it, and the February 19th incident and the failure to investigate it. Thank you.
Mr. Ryan, go ahead, Commissioner Byrd, go ahead.
Before Mr. Ryan goes on, as I stated, I don't question his math or the way that he came up with his number. I read through it. I agree that his numbers are correct. And that's why I said I don't disagree with what he has come up with. My concern, and I'll just put it out there, this is a huge fine, albeit justified. If we levy this fine, do these companies stay afloat? If they don't stay afloat, how many people did we just end up unemploying? And that's where I'm coming from. I know that just from what I have been able to find out, the commission hasn't levied a fine to this extent in a long time. It's generally always been reduced by the commissioners. And that is what I'm wanting to see, is if there's any other commissioners that remember giving this kind of fine.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Commissioner Byrd, are you done?
Yeah, I'm wanting input from my fellow commissioners here.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember, I wasn't on the commission. I read about it in the paper, and I looked up the video of the meeting, but my predecessor had proposed imposing $1 million fine in a case. I don't know, I don't recall whether it was a transportation case, but we certainly have levied fines in this.
Wasn't that an ambulance case where they had a wreck going the wrong way?
Could have been. No, I don't think it was that case. But I think this case is worse than that, frankly, because we have someone who arguably, there are cognizable claims against them. They're criminal, and it's been repeated. And I think we're all lucky that nobody got killed. This is a very, this one incident with, not one incident, but this one individual seemed like a very extremely dangerous person, given the facts of the case. And I think $70,000 is real reasonable, given what the facts indicate. So no, I don't have any appetite to reduce the fine at all. And this would not be a case in which I think we would, follow commission precedent to be lenient out of possible concern for loss of jobs. I was noticing on the agenda, we've got three new, I don't know if they're all new, but we frequently have parties wanting to start up and provide medical services in various ways. And it seems to me a very fluid market. And I don't think we have enough people. I was glad to hear the former speakers say that they're casting all around through Albuquerque, but we really need to get a handle on the transportation, medical transportation business in New Mexico. But I think we have to send a strong signal that the companies that are operating really cannot indulge this kind of behavior by drivers. And I won't go on. I don't want to interrupt your remarks, but I want to make a few remarks later. But just to let you know, yeah, we've issued larger fines, or fines certainly in this range before.
Commissioner Byrd.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
So I do have a question for Mr. Ryan. Is We Care Transportation still in business?
Yes, to my knowledge, it is.
What's the answer? Can you sit closer to the microphone? I think that'll help a lot.
It's actually in my headset. I don't know. So I will try to speak louder for you, Commissioner Hall. Yes, We Care is still in business. So We Care is the largest provider of non-emergency medical transport in the state of New Mexico. At least at one period of time, its budget was $2 to $3 million, or its gross revenue was $2 to $3 million a year. At times, it spent $200,000 to $300,000 on vehicle maintenance alone. Part of the position about the level of the fines is that, in fact, they can, my assessment throughout the course of the proceedings, there was no evidence presented which suggested that this entity could not absorb that fine. Mr. Yar, the attorney for We Care, participated meaningfully throughout this entire proceeding, and at no point indicated that there would be a difficulty with monetary fines, and in fact, no exceptions were filed to the recommended decision. I was frankly a surprise to myself, really, in light of the fact that suggests that in fact they acknowledged that this happened, and I can only assume why someone doesn't file an exception. I knew what I did was significant. I anticipated exceptions. They did not come.
Yes, to that point, I meant to add that, and thank you, Christopher, for doing that. No exceptions were filed, which is a significant event in this case.
Commissioner Byrd, I want to limit the discussion right now to the recommended decision, but really I think a commissioner should weigh in when the order is presented by Judy. So please continue if your questions are regarding the recommended decision.
That was the only question I had about the recommended decision. And I am satisfied with the answers I have been given. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank
you, Commissioner Byrd. Any other comment or questions for Mr. Ryan regarding his recommended decision?
Commissioners, Ms. Amer asked me to walk through the assertions. I'm happy to do that if that's.
Mr. Ryan, I think she did that. Okay. I think she did that, and unless there's a burning desire to go through each of the incidents that led to the itemization of each individual fine that led to the total, any requests for that? If not, I'd like to move on to the order if we can. Yeah. All right, hearing no objection, Judy, please present your recommended order.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Christopher, there was a section in the complaint that there's notified the local authorities, the local police station, and there was no investigation or there was no follow-up. Can you explain that? Yes, can you explain that?
I can certainly confirm that Ms. Winters testified credibly that she contacted the police in the wake of these incidents. Ms. Sandoval did the same thing and contacted the police after what occurred to her. In both instances, the women apparently had similar experiences, which were that the police indicated that this was not a criminal activity of some kind that the police would follow up on. Both women were sort of shocked to be told that that was in fact the case. Ms. Winters went on and said additional things about how the police treated her, but I don't think it's necessary to get into that here. The only answer I can give you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, is that it appears as though the police did not wish to pursue this further, and I can't speculate as to why that would be.
Christopher, do you have anything in the record that Ms. Winter testified the truth and to provide evidence?
Of contacting the police?
Regarding her complaint.
Ms. Winter's complaint that it was consistent, that all of the claims in her complaint were consistent, that her allegations were supported by evidence. Is that what you're asking, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Repeat your question, Christopher.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand. If you wish for me to describe for you the evidence that Ms. Winters presented to corroborate her allegations, I can do that, but that'd be a significant expenditure of time, and I don't want to start saying things if it's not responsive to what you're asking me to do.
You know, I also have a little bit of trouble hearing you, Mr. Chairman. I guess this is the way certain state agencies would like for us to function. To participate remotely in our decisions, to do our job. I will continue to make that a remark for everyone on the line. It is inappropriate, it is unprofessional to put elected officials in this position. Going back to Christopher Ryan, I would like for you to explain what our staff members have taken steps to verify the allegations.
Okay, I can do that. The commission had directed the staff to investigate all of these matters, and that occurred long before my appointment to the case. Investigator Vince Crespin was then tasked with investigating this matter. He conducted a thorough investigation of the claims. He met with Ms. Winters, he met with Ms. Sandoval, he spoke with Mr. Chavez, he obtained GPS logs from Superior Ambulance. He examined all of the documents that he procured throughout an intensive investigation and concluded that altogether, Ms. Winters' allegations were credible and consistent with what he obtained from the transport companies themselves. And furthermore, concluded that Ms. Sandoval, who told a remarkably similar story to Ms. Winters, also told a credible account that was supported by the evidence. That Investigator Crespin's report is maybe 35 or 40 pages long. He read the entirety of the complaint log, which I did as well. He issued additional findings based on the complaint log about the status of the entire non-emergency medical transport industry in the state of New Mexico. In the course of my review of this case and reviewing the specific allegations that were made here, it was my judgment that it was beyond the scope of my abilities or the scope of the order provided to me by the commission to investigate an entire industry. And so the focus of the recommended decision is on the specific instances and the evidence offered to verify the allegations Ms. Winters made, and the recommended decision goes through all of that evidence in some detail. And the conclusions I reached are premised on obviously the evidence presented by the commission, but then the additional evidence obtained in the course of the hearing through varying witnesses.
Christopher, thank you very much for going
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, you're cutting out. Were you done?
No, I'm talking. Can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Christopher, thank you very much for going extensively into the record. But as commissioners, we have a chance to modify. We have a chance to review. We have a chance to clarify exactly how the investigation has occurred by our staff members. And so we have every right to ask these questions. And I read the full RD. I read Judy Amer's memo. I read her order. And but I believe that we need to make a conscientious decision on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Any other questions for Mr. Ryan regarding the recommended decision? If not, if there's no objections, let's move on to the order. Judy, please present your recommended order.
Yes, Commissioner Maestas and members of the commission. The proposed order in your packet would adopt the recommended decision in its entirety. The reason I've already gone through the fines, and as I stated, the allegations are serious. I think the fines are completely within reason. I am aware that there was a case of a mover in 2008 where the commission fined a mover for not having let me see if I can find this. We fined a mover named Mr. Danny Capello $70,000 for operating a moving company without a certificate. That being said, I think that the Transportation Division Director, Jason, could comment on other specifically Transportation Division fines. I am aware of water company fines that were $3 million or $100,000, but I'm not sure that they're comparable. So I really would rather not you look at those. That being said, by adopting the recommended decision, We Care would be fined $49,210. We Care did not file an exception. Superior would be fined $21,090. Superior did not file an exception. Within 30 days of filing the final order, We Care would submit an affirmation attesting that it had fulfilled all of the requirements in the order. And the decretal paragraph E states that Transportation Division staff shall take necessary action in the time it deems fit, so long as that time is reasonable, to ensure that the new policies are discussed. And at this point, I'd like to direct your attention to those non-monetary policies that I believe are extremely important. And I am concerned that perhaps we need to beef up the order to make sure that they get done. So there is an issue about, it appears that we have adequate rules in place for regulation of non-emergency medical providers, but we don't have adequate overseeing of whether or not the non-emergency medical providers actually do what the rules say they're supposed to do. So there is an issue of forms, and it appears from the record that that the drivers are supposed to have the patients sign them as soon as they're picked up or dropped off, and that appears not to be happening. So I think staff, somehow the commission needs to direct staff to make sure that that happens. Again, I know we have staffing issues, so I am concerned about making these recommendations. That being said, I believe they're the right recommendations. There aren't adequate rules about or policies about regulating road drivers, and the RD's recommendation of staff communicating with all non-emergency medical transports about creating a database of problem drivers that's an excellent recommendation. Again, I think the commission needs to make sure that this happens. The recommendation that staff should receive all complaints is an excellent recommendation. When you read over the record in this case, the complaints would go to the companies, and the companies would, I mean, when you looked at the type of the investigation that they did, they were not adequate. And that's one of the reasons that they're getting fined. But if the complaints had come to the commission directly, perhaps, and if there was a mechanism for the commission to be overseeing the company's investigation of driver, of passenger complaints, I think that would be a better way to know about complaints. It was only because Ms. Winters had the courage and perseverance to file this complaint and keep at this, that this matter has even gotten to where it is at this point. I can only imagine that there have been other transport patients that are elderly, disabled, poor, don't have access to the internet, and don't have the same stamina that Ms. Winters has. And I can only imagine that there have been others and that we don't know about it. Notice. Obviously, notice is important to be placed in the vehicles. And again, staff has been directed to do that, but the commission somehow needs to make sure that that happens. And drug testing, this may be specific to We Care, or it may be industry-wide, but maybe there are drug testing policies in place, but they're actually not being followed. And again, the commission needs to make sure that happens. And so my recommendation would be to adopt the RD, but to somehow add, reporting requirements from staff, set benchmarks for when new policies would be in place, and I'll leave it at that, because obviously this is up to the commission. That's my recommendation, but I've worked on this case for over 3 years, and I find that what happened here was egregious to, as I said, poor, disabled, disenfranchised people who rely on non-emergency medical transport to get from very far locations, such as Tucumcari, to, I think it was Roswell or Albuquerque. They depend on these transport companies. who do a very important job.
Thank you, Judy. And so why don't we do this? Why don't we, Isaac, if you can display the order, and then particularly in the section that adopts the recommended decision in its entirety, we can entertain any departures from the RD and indicate that in the order. And when I mean departures, I also mean additions consistent with Judy's recommendation to perhaps beef up reporting requirements on complaints. I do want to say in general that after reading that, these violations are egregious, and I think it's really up to us to send the right message that we expect our motor carriers that transport elderly and the vulnerable to be responsible, transparent, and professional. I've got an elderly parent. My mom's 91, and she occasionally is transported by these providers, and she is terrified, even though she hasn't had certainly nothing close to these alleged violations. And so, and given the recent past of fines in terms of the extent, it seems that this is certainly consistent with the total sum of all the infractions. However, if there's an appetite to perhaps propose reductions to the fines, particularly the less egregious ones for late pickups or lack of notice, but I think the total fine, given the totality of all the alleged offenses that have been thoroughly investigated, are just and reasonable. So Isaac, are you pulling up the order? And I do want to recommend one change, that the docket is not closed as recommended by Mr. Ryan. So maybe let's start with that. What language, I think Mr. Ryan or Judy, maybe you, Judy, should recommend some language, the contingency on the status of the docket.
Well, maybe have staff come back to the commission in 30 days with a corrective action plan for regarding all the recommendations that the hearing examiner made and that I went through regarding drug testing, notice, rogue drivers, commission receiving a complaint. That they should come up with a plan on how they're going to address each one of those issues, whether it be by implementing a policy or assigning a particular person to go out and actually investigate all of the non-emergency transport companies that we regulate, and that they come back with a corrective action plan in 30 days that addresses each one of these issues and has a solution and a timeline, and then have them come back in another 90 days and another 6 months, so that we can keep monitoring it.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, hold on. Let me just, before I forget, Isaac, if you could maybe make paragraph A like the main paragraph and add on after as orders of the commission, say with the following exceptions. And then make B kind of a subparagraph of A, since the RD indicates explicitly that the docket is closed. Thank you. Commissioner Hall.
Well, I support what Judy is saying. I wanted to make a comment that what she's suggesting is what I really referred to, I had further comments, and I guess we're in the period of time where we can make these comments. My concern with the proposed suggestions by the hearing examiner is that they didn't quite go far enough insofar as I was concerned that even though we may order that all the complaints go to the commission, for example, or that the drivers are now instructed to have the passengers sign in at the when they are picked up and sign again when they're dropped off. Just ordering them to do that is not enough. And I think what Judy just mentioned about having an individual from staff, and maybe I'm not interpreting her right, but I thought that this involved having a staff dedicated to continue to investigate these companies by means of randomly dropping in now and then to see if their records are right. I mean, I think that just ordering them to comply doesn't provide us with any more information than any more opportunity than we have now to confirm that they're complying. If we're not sending people out into the field in some sort of way, you know, either regularly or non-regularly, and as we can see from the evidence, having a regular method of drug testing, for example, a regular schedule that the companies had, an annual regular schedule, gave notice, essentially. That was an issue in the case. That gave notice to the drivers when to be clean. It was not random. So the random nature of monitoring compliance is important. And after reading this decision, I was thinking these are all very excellent suggestions, but how do we know without going into the field whether or not they're being complied with? You know, they're supposed to send us all complaints. Well, we get a certain number of complaints. Well, is that all of them? We have no way of knowing unless we go audit books. So we need to have, it looks to me like, more active staff oversight. And that's the word I believe Judy used. This is a situation where I feel we're on notice that we have an oversight issue here. And I think having staff come up with some sort of a corrective action plan that has some teeth in it would be a good thing to do, because of the population that's being served, they're incredibly vulnerable, as was stated very clearly in the recommended decision, and they don't have the wherewithal to defend themselves or to take care of themselves. So I just think this is an area that we really need to pay close attention to, and I totally support the corrective action idea. And I hope it has a component of staff field work that is conducted on a random basis that involves audits of records.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Judy, so will we have another bite at the apple? Will the action plan actually come before the commission in case we want to add any additional requirements beyond what's included in the recommended decision?
Well, what the order says now is staff will file a corrective action plan that incorporates the recommendations. And I can state exactly what areas are there within 30 days. And the commission may add whatever other matters at that time it feels like need to be included into the correction action plan. I can also state that it will, as Commissioner Hall stated, require active field investigations and active oversight.
Okay.
And then we'll review and approve it in 30 days, and we can say, and we can determine whether we need to bring it back on a regular basis. If the commission wants to keep its, keep it monitoring it at least for the first year to see how the corrective action plan is working and being implemented and the steps are being taken.
Or perhaps we should add it in the same section. So we want some action from staff. And so does anyone have any recommended language in terms of concentrated staff oversight regarding the implementation of the approved corrective action plan? Commissioner Hall.
Mr. Chair, could I actually,
Yes.
this reminds me of something else I meant to say that was a thought in my mind as I was reading this last night, which is that I was going to ask Judy whether we should open a docket to determine whether maybe an investigatory docket into all the companies or into processes that don't seem to be protecting people. I mean, we can issue an order in this case, or we could open another docket. I don't want to make it more complicated than it needs to be. And if Judy's satisfied with doing it in this docket, that's fine, that we pursue some sort of, request to staff to come up with a corrective action plan. But I would hope it would be something that would be broad enough in scope that would permit us to look at all the medical transport activities. And I don't know whether this case is the correct context to conduct broad activities across, to conduct a corrective action plan that would apply to all the other medical transport companies.
I think we could maybe add some language asking staff to assess the current level of oversight and consider, given staff resource limitations, additional random and inspections in depth of transportation providers, based on complaints. I think what we need is we need to assess our oversight of these transportation providers in light of this case.
Mr. Chair, I agree. I'm just asking Judy, is this case the right context in which to do that, or should we open up a separate docket? And I'd like to hear from Judy.
Judy.
Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Maestas, I think we could do it in two ways. We could ask staff to file a corrective action plan that incorporates the recommendations in the RD and ask them their opinion on whether they believe an inquiry docket would need to be opened. And then when they come back with the plan, we can make that decision at that point.
Okay, Judy, do you recommend we just add that under subparagraph 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Byrd.
Just I guess a question to you. We have the Transportation Division Director in the meeting. Could there be any value in his insight on this?
Absolutely. Let Isaac just capture this subparagraph, and then we can have Jason Montoya comment on this. Maybe Mr. Montoya can give us an idea of, the extent of oversight of these transportation providers, and if he sees any opportunity to assess it and maybe identify maybe more targeted reviews, because I think the nature of this case was happenstance, as Mr. Ryan indicated. And I realize we have human resource limitations, but maybe there's a way we can assess our oversight and have more targeted proactive reviews instead of reactive reviews. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, and then we'll see if Mr. Montoya would like to maybe comment on the discussion thus far.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Judy. At this point in time, we have the recommended decision and potential order before the commission, and to call in the division director to explain the complaint, is that proper?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar and members of the commission, it was my impression that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Maestas, but it appeared that he wanted to ask Mr. Montoya not about this particular case necessarily, but more about industry-wide, meaning non-emergency medical transport industry-wide questions. I think if Commissioner Maestas would like to ask Mr. Montoya those questions about the non-emergency medical transport industry and keep it on a general nature, I think that that's appropriate.
Commissioner
Mr.
Vicente
Chairman,
Aguilar. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I believe when we bring on Mr. Montoya, he's going to talk about the complaint that's filed in this particular case that we are speaking of this morning. And I have many questions for staff. Judy Amer said she's been working on this case for 3 years. The staff had an opportunity to put their correction action and plan. As soon as they heard the complaint, as soon as they read the complaint, it should have been an emergency hearing for the commissioners. These allegations is a huge magnitude. I think we're going to be caught by the legal counsel representing the ambulance service, or the not the ambulance service, but the of oversight from our staff, and we are going to be responsible for it as commissioners in the public eye. So I don't believe that Mr. Montoya should be given the opportunity. I think we should handle the issue from the commission level to review or look at where the shortfalls have occurred within the last 3 years. I believe that we can hold our staff members accountable if they have not paid attention to this scenario of a public emergency ambulance service. So we need to penalize not only the ambulance service, but we need to also focus on our staff where things fell through the cracks. So that's my response, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. And I do want to remind the commission that we really should try and wrap this up. We've had a lot of discussion. We have some amendments to the order. I'm not sure to what extent it would add value to talk in general about the non-emergency medical transport industry and, how our oversight, ranks in terms of the industry, given its size and maybe the nature of some complaints like this. So Commissioner Byrd, I mean, what's the reason to talk about the industry? I think we've already talked about historical fines. The totality of this fine is certainly maybe not the highest, but it's high. And I think the discussion thus far is pretty much concluded that it's proper. So if there are any other deviations from the RD, I think we should entertain them now, and then we can take a vote on each amendment. Commissioner Byrd, you still have the floor.
I am, no, I would just asked if you thought it would be useful to have him give some insight on direction in the future, not on the past here. So we'll get it from him, I guess, in 30 days.
Yeah, I think subparagraph 2 under decretal paragraph A that's up on the screen, I think will shine some light on what staff recommendations are in terms of whether they think we should open a separate inquiry docket. Are there any other departures? In fact, Isaac, on subparagraph 1, I guess it's clear that the docket is still open, but should we say on 1, the docket is not closed to start subparagraph 1?
Yeah, or maybe even just do it as a separate subparagraph.
Okay. Okay, are there any objections to these departures from the recommended decision? Is there a need to vote on maybe subparagraphs 1 and 2, and then maybe separately 3? Any objections to the departures or additions? Okay, hearing none. Are there any other comments on the order? Are there any other proposed amendments to the recommended fines? Okay, hearing none. We have an amended recommended order. Do I hear a motion to approve the amended order in this case?
So moved.
Okay, motion from Commissioner Hall. Do I hear a second? I'll second it. Any discussion on the motion? Judy,
Mr.
please
Chair.
take the roll. Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Well, just that I think that given that the recommended decision had suggestions about going forward with oversight suggestions, proposals, I should say, I think this is a good first step, at least to direct the questioned staff. Please provide us a corrective action, and should this be in a should the development of corrective action be conducted in a separate docket. I think that's a productive step to take in this case, in addition to approving the other decretal paragraphs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any other discussion on the motion? Judy, please take the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The order as amended passes 4-0.
Thank you, Judy. Let's move on to item number 7, case 21-00153. Take it away, Judy.
Yeah, I hate to say this, but you're all going to get pretty tired of me today because I also have to present Mike's order. But that being said, this order, and there's a companion potential opening of another docket, case number 21-00166, pertains to ambulance service in San Miguel County and the city of Las Vegas, New Mexico. In case number 21-00153, the matter came before the commission upon the application of a American Medical Response Ambulance Service, DBA, American Medical Response Emergicare, which I will call AMR, for an amendment to its certificate number 56829, so that it would be able to provide ambulance service in San Miguel County. The Transportation Division Director on June 24th, 2021, certified completeness and recommended that the commission grant temporary authority to AMR, because AMR, as you've heard earlier in the meeting, was awarded the contract to provide emergency medical service, ambulance service in the city of Las Vegas. And that contract is effective July 1. However, AMR amended their request for temporary authority, stating that they will not be able to provide service on July 1, and that their takeover or go live date would be July 12th. So the proposed order in your packet would grant temporary authority to AMR to begin providing ambulance service in Las Vegas and San Miguel County commencing on July 12th. And it would remain into effect until further order of the commission, which order will should issue after the 20-day notice period expires, because since the application for the non-temporary amendment, meaning the full amendment, the 20-day notice period expires on July 4th. And so protests could still be filed before then. And if there are, the commission may want to do a public hearing. That being said, in the meantime, this would allow AMR to have temporary authority starting July 12th to provide ambulance service in San Miguel County and Las Vegas. And if you would like me to talk about the companion case at this time, I can too.
Not at this point. Are there any questions for Judy regarding her recommended order?
Mr. Chair, I had one question.
Commissioner Hall, go ahead.
Sure. Judy, I was just curious, how many other companies serve the affected area? Because I know we're ordering them to be sure and do their duty, and I was just wondering.
Yes, and that's in the companion case, and I could, Commissioner Maestas said I should wait about that, but that being said, hold on, let me get my other document up.
Well, if that's a question I should ask in 166, in the next case, I'll ask it there.
I think I can find it pretty quickly.
And Judy, I guess, if you feel like there would be some needed context, you can mention the companion case, even though we're not
okay
going to act on it.
Superior Ambulance, for approximately the past 10 years, has been providing service to County of Miguel and Las Vegas City under its statewide authority number 08616. Albuquerque Ambulance Service has statewide authority under its certificate number 01168. And Springer Volunteer Ambulance Service has ambulance service under a certificate 49339 in Colfax, Union, Mora, and San Miguel counties. So that's the specific answer to your question, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hall, anything else?
No, sorry. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Other commissioners, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar or Commissioner Byrd, any questions for Judy regarding this proposed order?
No, sir.
No question.
All right, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the order as
So moved.
presented in our packet. We have a motion by Commissioner Hall. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Byrd. Any discussion on the motion? Judy, take the roll.
Yes. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The order passes as moved, 4-0.
Okay, let's go on to the next companion case, 21-00166.
Yes, and this case is proposed to be opened as case number 21-00166 TRM in the matter of Superior Ambulance Service Company, certificate number 08616, and the other certificated ambulance companies that provide ambulance service in San Miguel County and Las Vegas, New Mexico. And I stated which those companies were just a few minutes ago. The reason for the proposed new docket is that the Transportation Division staff was informed by Mr. Chris Archuleta, CEO of Superior, that Superior would no longer be stationing ambulances at its stationing point at its present location, which was 2201 7th Street, Las Vegas, New Mexico. That stationing point was just approved by the commission on May 26, 2021. In case number 21-00025 TRM, which was a renewal and amendment of Superior certificate. Anyway, since the Transportation Division staff was informed by the CEO of Superior that they would not be stationing at that present location because their lease had expired, and because AMR had hired Superior staff and Superior would not be able to have the 2 required EMTs to staff the ambulances. Therefore, the proposed order states that the commission is concerned that between July 1 and July 12, which is the date which you just acted on the order to allow AMR to begin its service, that there may not be an ambulance service provider stationed in Las Vegas, New Mexico, or San Miguel County that has appropriate staff, and this may impair or even prohibit ambulance service in Las Vegas or San Miguel County. For this reason, the proposed order finds that the commission should issue an order to Superior and all the other certificated ambulance service providers that are certificated to provide ambulance service in San Miguel County, that it is their continuing duty to provide 24/7 ambulance service unless relieved of that obligation by the commission pursuant to an application filed with the commission requesting permission to delete service of San Miguel County from its certificated authority. So it is, in essence, a notice of their current duty to provide adequate, continuous 24/7 ambulance service in Las Vegas, New Mexico, between July 1 and July 12th. And I stand for questions.
Any questions for Judy regarding this companion case, kind of a gap in service that we're addressing between July 1st and July 12th? Any questions for Judy? If not, do I hear a motion to approve the order as presented in our packet?
Mr. Chair, I'll move the order.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hall. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Byrd. Any discussion on the motion? Judy, you're it. You're
I'm the whole show today. Except for, I'm actually not. I'm just, you commissioners are the whole show, as always. So Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Commissioner Byrd, are you there?
Yes, I said aye.
Oh, sorry, we didn't hear you.
Understood. Thank
you. Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The order as moved passes 4-0.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Maestas, I'm here. Sorry to be delayed. And actually, I vote aye.
Okay. The motion as moved in case number 21-00166 TRM is approved 5-0.
And Commissioner Maestas, if you just continue, I'm going to be a little distracted here for a little bit. So I think we're better just sticking with you while I track along here.
All right, let's continue. Let's move on to item B9 in the case of 21-154 UT. And Judy, if you could just simply kick it off and recite the title of the case.
Yes, as I stated, I'm covering for Michael Smith, who is on annual leave. It in the matter of the petition for declaratory order, or in the alternative, application of San Juan Solar Project LLC for determination of right-of-way width for the San Juan Solar Gentie. And that petition was filed on June 10th, 2021. And it is pertaining a San Juan Solar Project LLC's application for determination of right-of-way width concerning a 20 megawatt capacity solar generating facility to be owned and operated by San Juan Solar One LLC and a related 100 megawatt capacity solar storage facility to be owned and operated by SJS One Storage LLC. Together, these facilities comprise what's known as the San Juan Solar Project that was approved in case number 19-00195 UT as a replacement resource for a portion of the generating capacity to be abandoned in the San Juan Generating Station by Public Service Company of New Mexico. In addition, San Juan Solar and SJS Storage will provide power to PNM pursuant to a PPA and ESA that were approved in case number 20-00182 UT. What the application seeks is approval of a 200-foot right-of-way width for the Gentie line, which is a 345 kV line and it's approximately 7.25 miles. And it will run from the solar generating and storage facility in San Juan County to PNM San Juan Satellite Station. And the corridor will be approximately 176 acres. The application requests expedited action to enable San Juan Solar to have a commercial operation date before June 30th, 2022, which is the retirement date of the San Juan Generating Station. The applicable statutes are 629 3.2 that requires the commission to approve right-of-ways that exceed 100 feet. This right-of-way is anticipated to be 200 feet. However, the application asks for a declaratory order stating they're requesting that the commission determine that the right-of-way with statute 6293.2 does not apply because all the party landowners have or will agree to the Gentai right-of-way, and therefore no condemnation or taking are required to obtain the rights of way. And the proposed order finds that the declaratory judgment order should be denied, that the commission has absolute discretion on whether or not to entertain a petition for declaratory order. And it appears from the record, statements made and filed in the record, that the approvals have not yet been obtained. That being said, in the alternative, they request that if the commission does not agree with San Juan Solar's interpretation of the right-of-way with statute, which I just said the order would say that we're not making a decision on it. It says they request, San Juan Solar requests approval of the Gentai right-of-way pursuant to the right-of-way statute. And the order also notes that San Juan Solar did not ask for location approval for the project or the Gentai under section 629-3B. And the reason that that issue arises is because 6293 applies to projects that are 300 megawatts or greater. And this project is comprised of 200 megawatts of a capacity solar generating facility and a related 100 megawatts capacity solar storage. And they're referred to as the project. Therefore, in combination, that would meet the 300 megawatt threshold to trigger the application of the location approval statute. And the 345 kV Gentai exceeds the 300 kV requirement. And apparently, the Office of General Counsel contacted San Juan Solar's counsel, and they stated that they didn't anticipate filing an application for site location approval. They thought that because the generating facility was only 200 megawatts, that they didn't, that they weren't required to. And therefore, the proposed order finds that within 13 days of this order, San Juan Solar shall file a pleading in the docket addressing whether an application for location approval under 6293 is required for the 200 megawatt capacity solar generating facility and the 100 megawatt capacity solar storage facility. And whether the right-of-way determination application filed in this docket should be accepted as complete in absence of an application for location approval. All the parties in case number 20-00182 shall be added to the service list, and notice shall be provided through to those parties through service of copy of the order of this order via email. Any party to case number 20-00182 may file a response pleading to San Juan Solar's pleading concerning the applicability of section 6293 within 8 days of San Juan Solar's filing without the need to file a motion to intervene. In addition, utility division staff shall file a pleading responding to San Juan Solar's pleading. In addition, there is going to be scheduled a public hearing regarding the right-of-way at this time, which could be canceled if by single signature order, if it's subsequently determined after receiving the briefing that a hearing is not needed. And San Juan Solar will provide notice of the hearing in accordance with section 62-9-3.2. And I stand for questions.
Thank you, Judy. Any questions for Judy regarding the proposed order?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
So Judy, was any information given in the application about the use the battery was going to be put to that might cause them to think it should not be included in the calculation of total megawatts of the project? Because I understand that if they're only going to be used for certain purposes, they're not regarded as part of that total, but
I think
I don't know if that's the issue.
I believe that the purpose of the order is to get that type of information to find out why they think it isn't 300 megawatts. And in fact, it's intended that that type of information would be part of their response.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. And if there's no other discussion, I move the order.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none. Judy, please take the roll.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The order in case number 21-00154 passes 5-0.
Thank you, Judy. Let's move on to item 10 in case 20-00104 UT. Before I hand it over to Russell, Mr. Chairman, maybe this might be an entry point for you to take over the gavel. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Russell, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent.
Yes.
Okay, so you have been getting regular emails from me since the City of Las Cruces filed its motion for procedural clarification on Friday with updates. As you recall, the motion for clarification was filed by the City of Las Cruces with regard to the order adopting recommended decision with modifications that was issued by the Commission on June 23rd, I believe. That was the final order with regard to the EP rate case in terms of the final dispositional order with regard to the application filed by EPE for its rates. So that was filed on Friday. And then we did receive a response from EPE yesterday, which I forwarded to the commission last night. And then this morning, you may not have had a chance before the open meeting. I sent the commissioners by email an order, a revised proposed order that takes into account what EPE says in its response. As I noted, EPE has filed a response that makes what I think are some reasonable recommendations to deal with two issues that are raised in the motion for clarification. Now, first of all, the order that I provided this morning, the proposed order, would do one thing that is the same as the proposed order that I already provided on, I believe, Monday, which is it would deny the city's motion for clarification for lack of jurisdiction with the commission. The filing of an appeal by EPE with regard to the final order, I believe on Friday of last week, June 25th, removed from the commission any jurisdiction with regard to the content of the order. In other words, the commission may not make any changes to the order while it is on, the final order, while it is on appeal. However, the case law from the Supreme Court does say that the commission is allowed to make changes, not to make changes to the order, but to take action to enforce the order or to carry out the order. And that is specific language that's used by this Supreme Court. So I don't know if you've had a chance to read this proposed order. Like I said, I just sent it this morning, so you probably haven't. So I'm actually going to go through some of the detail of the proposed order just to let you know exactly what I put in here.
Russell, yes.
Before
you go on, I mean, would you have heartburn over putting up on the screen your latest red line version of the recommended order?
No, that's fine with me.
That'd be okay if you don't mind just sharing it on the screen there as you go through it.
Yes, Isaac should have it. And just as a reminder, I think the commission has been advised, but placing these documents on the screen, on the Zoom screen does, of course, raise issues as to a potential implied waiver of attorney-client privilege. But I think the commission is well aware of that and has chosen to go forward. So I just wanted to raise that since you've asked me about placing it on screen. But I have no problem if the commission wants to see it and have it placed on the screen. It's fine because the commission wanted to discuss, takes its advice in public, and I'm discussing it publicly. So that's absolutely fine with me.
All right. Are there any objections to displaying the latest amended order in this case? All right. Hearing none. Go ahead, Russell. Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, I agree with Russell. This is an attorney-client privilege document, and to put it public on the screen, I think we need to be very cautious going forward, not only for today, but in the future. Thank you.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I could barely hear you, but I think I understood what you said, that you have concerns about placing this document on the screen as an issue of potential attorney-client privilege. The commission could take a vote on this if the commission would like to decide whether the commission wants to risk the implied waiver. Obviously the commission takes its advice in public, and I would have discussed this document in public, but showing it on the screen is another level of disclosure.
Russell, can you hear me now?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I can hear you now.
Okay, I apologize. I was inside, but now I have to go outside. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I object to showing the attorney-client privilege document on the screen, not only for today, but in the future as well. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, your objection is so noted. And Russell, there's no need for a vote. I think if there's one objection from the commission, then we shouldn't display it. So go ahead and present it without displaying the amended order.
Okay. Yeah, I'll even read most of the language that I've changed. So it would still be titled order denying motion for clarification for lack of jurisdiction, but then there would be a second part of the title, order adopting recommendations of El Paso Electric Company to effectuate rate changes.
Mr. Chair, could I ask one question of Russell?
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Commissioner Hall.
Russell, I was just looking at an email and I see that there's a correspondence from the city of Las Cruces.
Yes, I will address
to a reply. Are you going to talk to us about that as well?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, that was something received just this morning, just as the open meeting was starting.
Can you speak up?
Yes, I'm sorry. That motion from the city was received this morning, just as the open meeting was beginning, and I forwarded it to the commission. Obviously, you've been in the open meeting, so you haven't had a chance to look at it, but I will discuss it. I will discuss it.
Okay, because it might have bearing on our decision on the order.
Yes.
We're about to hear about from you.
Yes, I will definitely address that.
Okay, great. Thanks.
So in the proposed order, in case you are following along, I'm looking at the revised paragraph 5. It adds to what I previously had a note, some language about how on June 29th, EPE filed a response to the motion. In that response, EPE states that it would welcome guidance on the timing and nature of its compliance filing. In other words, the advice notice that would be filed in response to the final order. EPE states that it has been working on the advice notice and is prepared to file the same as early as today for review by staff. So as you will recall in the motion, that was one of the issues, was the fact that the final order did not have a specific date for a deadline for the filing of an advice notice by the EPE. The other issue was with regard to the cost of service study. The cost of service study was included as an attachment to the final order or the recommended decision. Actually, I think it was the final order because there were modifications made in the last EPE rate case, which was docket number 15127 UT. The order came out. That order came out in 2016, and the city points out that no cost of service study was attached to the recommended decision. As you will recall, the attachments A through F to the final order were the same as the attachments A through F with regard to the attached to the recommended decision, except with all of the implications that flowed through by the commission's modification to the recommended decision with regard to capital structure. Otherwise, there were no changes to, for instance, the rate design specifications that Carolyn had made, and so that was Carolyn had recommended, and so that was all noted in the final order itself. So, but there was no cost of service study included, and that was one thing that the motion for procedural clarification brought up. EP addresses that, stating that the calculations and work on the revenue requirements were performed using an Excel working model that is an output of RMS, which is a system used by EPE. EPE further states that in discovery that the electronic file for the cost of service model was provided to staff as well as to other parties subject to the protective order in the case. But EPE states that since the commission has adopted a rate structure that differs from that proposed by EPE in its application, or differed that was proposed by EPE in its initial application, that model that they provided, that EPE provided to the other parties during the discovery in the case, does not reflect the rate structure of the final order. EPE offers in its response to develop a revised Schedule A1, which was one of the schedules to the application, which is called Summary of the Overall Cost of Service and the Claimed Revenue Deficiency, that would be the same sort of schedule, but with regard to the revised rates and the outcome of the final order. they're willing to file that, and that would also be provided to the parties to the case. They're also willing to provide the underlying electronic cost of service study file to the parties, including staff of the utilities division. So let's see. So that was essentially the response that was provided by EPE. And what my proposed order would do, and I'm going to discuss that before I get to this motion that was filed by the city today. First, I'm going to describe what my proposed order would do, and then I think that will help give some context for the motion filed today by the city. As I said, this proposed order would still find that the commission cannot rule upon the merits of the motion for procedural consideration or procedural clarification as that was filed by the city, because clarification of the final order means granting it would mean creating an order that would have to be read along with the final order to have an understanding of what the final order actually means. In other words, it would be rewriting portions of the final order, even though that may be considered by some as an interpretation of the order. It would be a modification of the order in the real sense. So this proposed order would find that the commission lacks jurisdiction and must deny the motion for clarification for that lack of jurisdiction. But it would go on to find, the order would go on to find that the commission is not divested of jurisdiction to take action, quote, to carry out or enforce the final order. And that's quoting directly from the case law from the New Mexico Supreme Court, to carry out or enforce. It would say that the commission finds that the response by EPE can and should be considered separate and apart from the motion for clarification as a set of recommendations by EPE as to how to carry out the rate changes required by the final order. Now I'm reading right from the language that I've added. EPE is the party that bears the responsibility to carry out the changes and thus is in a position to make such recommendations. The commission would find that EPE's recommendations in the response are reasonable and would carry out the requirements of the final order in an expeditious manner. The commission would further find that EPE's offer to provide the electronic cost of service study file and a revised Schedule A1 to the parties for informational purposes is reasonable and should be incorporated into this order. And then it would say, the order would say, the schedule and electronic study file shall not be considered a part of or a modification to the final order. They'd just be provided for informational purposes, and that'd be it. And so the ordering paragraphs would include, first, that the motion for clarification is denied as outside of our jurisdiction. Second, that EPE shall file its advice notice on or before July 2nd, that's this Friday, for review by staff in accordance with the final order. Now, you may have noticed that in EPE's response to the motion, they say they could provide it as soon as today. But in the final page of their response, they ask for the orders to be, they ask for these specific orders to be placed in the commission order, and they say July 2nd instead. I don't know why. I don't know if they would prefer more time. That's what I inferred. I just went ahead and went with July 2nd because if they would prefer 2 more days, I think 2 more days is fine. It doesn't affect anything, and because this would still have to be reviewed by staff. Staff would have 10 days to review it. So to me, 2 extra days seem perfectly reasonable, even if we don't know why. But if the commission would like to change that to today, that's fine as well. Then the ordering paragraphs would say the EPE shall provide staff and all other parties with a copy of the electronic cost of service model, subject to the protective order, on or before July 2nd, same date, same deadline, this Friday. And that EPE shall file a revised Schedule A1 as described in the order on or before this Friday. So they have a deadline of this Friday to do all the things that they said they were willing to do in their response. Now today, as Commissioner Hall noted, the city of Las Cruces filed a motion for leave to reply to EPE's response. And I did forward that to the commission, but the open meeting had already started, so you probably have not had a chance to look at it. I recommend that the commission deny the motion because this is a motion asking the commission for leave to file a reply that would be a reply in support of the original motion. In other words, be part of the set of pleadings that that are pursuant to the motion for clarification. And since the commission does not have jurisdiction to consider the motion for clarification, the commission should not consider any reply filed by the same party in support of that motion. It simply is outside of our jurisdiction. Now, I can discuss, if the commission would like, the points that were made in that reply as the city's criticisms of what EPE proposes in its response. And the reason I say that is that I'm advising the commission not to consider, not to grant the motion for leave and consider the reply as part of the pleadings for, in support of that motion for clarification. However, since I'm advising that the commission may consider EPE's response to the motion as a standalone document that simply provides recommendations that are reasonable ways of carrying out the final order, then the commission may want to know what the city's criticisms of EPE's response and recommendations were, just as a standalone issue. I understand this gets very legalistic, but unfortunately, this is an area where the court itself recognizes in its case law that it's hard to draw a line between what is an order by a lower court or an agency like the commission that is modifying an order that's on appeal, here the final order that's on appeal, and an order that carries out the intentions and the requirements of that order. It's difficult to draw that line, and I think this procedural order draws it very well. But that's why I'm bringing up all these points about how, in what context you would be considering the response and the content of any reply. So with that, I am finished, unless the commission would like to hear me discuss, which will be very briefly because I haven't had much of a chance to review it, the content of the reply that the city has attached to its motion for leave to file a reply, just in the context of its criticisms of what EPE wants to do and what I'm recommending that the commission adopt. With that, I'll take any questions and I can.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
So, yeah, I just got a glimpse of this reply, and I understand we don't have jurisdiction to make changes in the order, but we do have jurisdiction to carry out the order. And I was not able to, I didn't have enough time to read it now too. I didn't know it was there until Russell mentioned it and I was able to pull it up. And I still haven't read it, but I saw a few places where it said the city of that El Paso Electric has misstated the city of Las Cruces' position on something. And I saw that in several places. So it just raised a concern for me about whether or not, and I think Russell has drawn our attention to it, we can at least examine this reply insofar as it's it's a permitted filing under our rules to respond to a response, just to see what it says. So, and my concern is that we wouldn't somehow overlook something that could fall under the category of just carrying out the order rather than trying to rewrite it. And we would have to rely on general counsel's judgment as to whether or not it does that. And since Russell is sitting here telling us he hasn't had a chance to read the whole thing, I think we should give him some time to look at it, at least maybe take a break and have him review it so he can give us, fully informed advice on whether or not we should consider it in our decision-making today.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Any other comments from other commissioners? I'd like to make some comments, but I want to hear from others. Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar. Commissioner,
Mr. Chair.
And Commissioner Fishman.
How quickly they forget. Go ahead.
Commissioner Byrd. Commissioner Byrd.
No, I let's give Russell a little bit of time to make sure that he's comfortable with what he's proposing based on the information that's available.
Okay. Any other comments? Commissioner Fishman?
Yeah, I'd like to give Russell a little time to look this over. I see a couple potential issues based on my skimming, so.
All right, so why don't we go into recess? Russell, how much time do you think you'll need? And we'll just, because we haven't had a break yet, and this might be a good time to have a break, maybe a short lunch break as well. Russell, how much time do you think you'll need to really review this motion for leave to reply by the city of Las Cruces?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, I will only need 10 to 15 minutes because it's a very brief document. So I don't need all that much time, but if the commission wants to take a lunch break, that's fine with me too.
Russell, and then
lunch break.
Would you consider any amendments if you feel it has bearing in this case? Any potential amendments to your amended order?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, yes, absolutely. If there are any criticisms of the recommendations made by EPE that the commission finds compelling and would like to modify this order to require EPE to do something slightly different or substantially different in order to enforce or carry out the order, I would have no problem with that. It's like I said, because the commission would, I'm telling the commission, advising the commission that you may consider the EPE's response and recommendations therein as in isolation, apart from the motion for clarification, then I think it's fair to consider these criticisms not as part of the motion for clarification, but as standalone criticisms of how the final order should be carried out. So yes, I would consider that.
Okay. So why don't we recess now, and we'll come back in open meeting at 12:30. 12:30. Any objections to coming back at 12:30 p.m.? All right, so we're in recess. Russell, go to it, and we'll see you at 12:30.
Thank you.
Can you all hear me? It's 12:30. I'd like to call the meeting back to order.
I'm here.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Well, that
I'm
too.
Can anyone hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was having problems with my AirPod. Sorry about that.
Yep. Gotta love technology.
Russell Fisk, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, I'm here. I'm ready.
All right, let me just see who, make sure everyone is present. Let me check my little gallery here. All right, I see Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you on?
I'm here.
All right, Commissioner Fishman. Come in, Commissioner Fishman. Okay, well, I guess he'll join us a little later. So, Russell, you have reviewed the City of Las Cruces' motion for leave to reply. You've presented the latest amended order. So just let us know, what recommendations you have for us.
Okay, so Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, yes, I reviewed it in detail. And really what we're talking about now is not so much the motion itself, which of course I am advising to be denied, but the content of the reply, the proposed reply that's attached to that motion, insofar as it contains the criticisms of EPE's recommendations. Before I launch into this, because you gave an attorney a half hour to look over this, and you should expect that I come back with only more ambiguities, equivocations, and more problems. And that's what I have for you. That's what I have for you. But this is what I'd say, just start off to give you some clarity as to where I'm headed. To the extent that the commission believes that the record, which is what's repeatedly referred to by the city, is sufficient in terms of for informational purposes in this matter, and that what EPE is proposing to provide would be sufficient. The commission, I still would stand by the recommendation I've made. However, to the extent that the commission feels that the additional or more detailed information that the city is asking be placed in the record, and again, I'm going to talk about this concept of in the record, is helpful, then the commission could add to the recommendation. But this is how I would advise the commission to deal with that second situation. If the commission is concerned that the city has raised some issues as to what information should be quote unquote in the record, then I would just add I would keep the proposed order as it is, see what is provided by EPE in terms of the cost of service issues, and then ask staff to review it and give us a recommendation. Because I'm a lawyer and this is very technical, I just don't feel that when it comes to the distinctions that are being made in the reply among different types of cost of service models, among the between the electronic file and what it can provide and the Schedule A1 and what it has, I don't feel I can assess that issue. I can tell you this: there's no claim here that any of this additional information in terms of the cost of service study that is needed for the purposes of the the legal validity of the final order. There's no question of that. What was included in the final order was exactly what is needed to inform the public and EPE as to what the rates will be and how they were arrived at, because it incorporates the rate structure and instructions that were given by Carolyn. So legally, there are no issues here. The question is, how much should there be in the record? So let me get to it. So the first
Mr. Chair, let me just clarify with Russell something.
Commissioner Hall, go ahead.
At this point. So Russell, what I think I'm hearing you say is the reply, the issues raised by the reply fall into the category of carrying out the order, since they don't raise any substantive legal issues about what the order should, it doesn't raise any issues that involve rewriting the order. They're just concerned about getting the full information in the order that was originally intended, right?
No, Commissioner Hall, this is what I would say. What I was saying there is that the issues that are raised by the reply do not challenge the legal sufficiency of the order.
They what?
So
What
what I'm
did you
telling you
say?
is that the issues that are raised by the city in its reply, in its proposed reply, do not impugn the legal validity of the order. In other words, there is no, I just want to make it clear, there's no argument being made here that the commission needs to include this information, whether in the order or in the record, that's legally required. I wanted to let you know that first. There are not legal issues at issue here. There are technical issues here that are at issue as to whether the information that is in the record is sufficient from not from a legal standpoint, but from a technical standpoint for understanding the analysis that went into the creation of the rates by the committee. So I just want to point out, first of all, there is no legal issue being raised here.
Yes, I know. I understand that. I understand what you said.
And that's why, Commissioner Hall, I said, if the commission has concerns about whether there's enough information in the record, simply for the public and the parties to understand the analysis that led to the rate structure and the cost of service allocation that was behind that, then I would advise first to just have EPE file what it wants to file, that Schedule A1, and provide the electronic cost of service study to staff and the other parties, and then ask staff to assess these criticisms, because I can't. These are very detailed, very specific criticisms of the level of detail and information that's provided in different types of cost of service studies, what's possible within the RMS system, which is the regulatory management system that EPE has. And I'd rather just have you ask staff, what does this make sense? Would more information be helpful for a public understanding of the analysis? Because that really would be the purpose at this point. And that's why I was saying, with regard to the phrase "in the record," here's where we have a very big ambiguity, because the city refers to wanting this information to be in the record. These cost of service issues do not go really to the issue of clarification of the order. I want to say that first of all. So
that's good, because that means she's not trying to rewrite the order. That's what I was trying to get at.
Correct. Yes. I'm sorry. So let me get
so it just falls into the category. We have those two categories. Either it was going to be something that's rewriting the order, which we don't have jurisdiction to do.
Correct.
Or implementing the order, which we do have jurisdiction to do. And I think I'm hearing you say this falls into the implementation part, right?
Yes, Commissioner Hall. I'd say again, there is ambiguity in the motion and reply as to how the city sees this information as what the effect would be. This is why I need to explain this, because this is what I would say. In the motion for clarification, the city asks first that there be a particular date for the filing of the advice notice. And to me, that clearly, if the commission issued an order granting the motion and saying, this is the effective date as per this motion, there'd be a major issue as to whether that was effectively a modification of the commission's order. So that's why I've tried to separate all this out as to not clarifying or rewriting the order, but a separate order to carry it out. Now, the city, wants this information in the record. Now, I don't know what the city means by that, because this is an ambiguous area with regard to the committee. What is the status of the committee's analysis, including analyses that they may not have produced? There may have been an underlying cost of service study within their system that arrived at the rates, but we don't have it. And it's probably not the detailed one that was included in 5 years ago in that rate case. And is that evidentiary? I do not know. The evidentiary record of this case has closed. What is the status of the committee's output? It clearly is part of the order and would be considered by the appellate court as if there are issues between the attachments and that somehow conflicted with the content of the final order, which is not being claimed here and is not true. I don't know what the status would be. I don't know if the commission has the Schedule A1 in the record of this case filed after the issuance of the final order, if the court would say that's part of the record or not. It's part of the record of the case, but it was filed after the final order was issued. So there's ambiguity galore here. So I just want to let you know that.
So did you say Schedule A was filed after the final order was signed?
If the commission decides, what EPE has offered to do is file this revised Schedule A1 in the record. And the city says, well, that's not
the full information.
It's too, well, but the city says it's not detailed enough. They want something more detailed.
Not what?
Not detailed enough.
Detailed enough.
The city says it's not detailed enough and that they would like something as detailed as the cost of service study that was attached to the final order in the 15-127 rate case years ago. Now, there's no question that the commission may not have anything filed in this docket that would be considered a part of the final order. And my order says that. But the question is, if we do separate it out and leave the jurisdictional issue aside, I think we're fine, leave it aside and just say, okay, well, these things can be filed in the record. I don't know what their status will be. I don't know if they'll be considered evidence. I don't know if they'll be considered part of the record that supports the final order because it comes after the final order.
So I have a question. Tell me if this is correct or not. I thought I understood, and it could be wrong, that there was a cost of service study done, but with our alteration of capital structure, that meant those numbers would change, and this was what the city had requested was a cost of service study that would reflect those changes. Is that correct?
No, Commissioner Hall, that's not correct. And I'm going to tell you why that's not correct. And also tell you why I don't understand this and I need staff's input if you want more information. Because one, EPE said in its response that it had provided the electronic cost of service file that was based upon its application to the parties during discovery. And one of the problems that the city has with that is they say, well, that's not going to be in the record, is you're just providing it to the parties because it's an electronic file.
Mm-hmm.
But the city says, well, no, you could print out a cost of service study based on that, revise it as you say you will and have a detailed cost of service study filed in the record. I don't know if that's true or not. I need staff to tell me if that's true.
Right.
And the city cites testimony from EP witness, Mr. Hernandez, saying that the RMS system, this regulatory management system that is maintained by EPE, can produce written spreadsheets, Excel spreadsheets that are more detailed than any cost of service study or something like that. I don't know.
No, I didn't say that exactly.
So what I'm telling you is, I don't. What was that, Commissioner? I'm sorry.
Well, I thought it just said it would, the printable version should be able to provide all the information in the cost of service study, rather as opposed to
extra. But they also said even more. So they're saying yes, there's an option to do that. But I think the city did say it's even more detailed than an ordinary cost of service study. I don't know if that's true. So I guess what I'm telling you is this: I don't have much to tell you in terms of advice because I know that we need to make sure, and would make sure in this order, that any filing that is made whether it's the filings that EPE wants to make with regard to the cost of service study, or a more detailed version that the city would like to see, are not considered part of the order. This order already takes care of that, so we don't need to worry about that part of it here. The question is more detail needed? Is it helpful to the public? That's a question for staff. And then I also told you, in terms of the pending appeal, I have no idea how the court would treat these documents, because the technical committee is its own animal, in the sense that they are producing numbers that are attached to final order after the evidentiary record is closed, and they're expected to do it. This is part of the process. So would it be considered by the court as part of the record? I don't know. So what I'm telling you is, whatever the city's purpose is, but what they're considering possibly, if in terms of how, if they find information in the cost of service that they feel is conflicting, or there's something wrong, then I don't know if they would want to raise that in appeal. I don't know if the court would consider it an appeal because it's not part of the evidentiary record before the order. They might, because they might say it's part of the analysis that went into the final rates. I just want to let you know that ambiguity galore here.
I understand. So should we have postponed our final order until the technical committee entered their final report that had adjusted the figures to reflect the capital structure we ordered? I mean, it sounds like the problem just occurred because we changed the capital structure. And then we ordered what seemed to make sense, which is that the technical committee prepare what I thought was a cost of service study, or revisions to the cost of service study, to reflect that capital structure change. But since I guess you're telling me that since they submitted that report after we issued our order, it's not going to be in the record.
No, Commissioner Hall, I'm sorry, but all of that is wrong. First of all, there's no challenge to the validity of our order here. None.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
What I'm saying is that, what you're saying is that we should have waited for the final order to have something else. No.
Yeah, I'm just talking practically speaking.
No, all I'm saying is that, first of all, what the commission did was order the same attachments that were attached to the RD, and those went directly to the final products, which are the rate structure, bill impact analysis, something called the proof of revenue, which shows how the rates are expected to actually lead to the revenue requirement, and didn't include any reports that might have been generated or not generated or be implicit within the process between that. So this doesn't in any way call into question the rates themselves. It just says, why didn't you provide some of the interim information, the information like the cost of service study that may be underlying the rates, because we just don't have it. And usually we have that underlying information. So that's really what the city is getting at. They want to see more detail about, the process that went into coming up with the final rates. And they say, that, but the question is, what I'm saying is, if it is filed in the record, and the city finds some issue with it, I can't tell you how it might be handled by on appeal. I mean, it's the city can't file a motion for reconsideration now because before the commission, because the appeal has taken away the jurisdiction to consider such a motion. And so I just want to let you know, I don't know what will happen if the city, if this is filed in the record and the city finds a problem. I don't know what would happen. So I want to let you know that. But what I'm saying is, if you would like more detailed information or you're concerned that there's a possibility that more detailed information might be better simply as for informational purposes for the public and for the parties, in the record than what EPE is proposing to provide, then I would say let's have staff review the filings that EPE proposes to make, such the electronic cost of service study, which would not be filed, it would just be provided to the parties, but including staff, and the Schedule A1 that that EP proposes to file in the record, and have staff at least let the commission understand what the differences are and what the potential importance would be, because I don't know.
Commissioner Hall, anything else? Okay, you're on mute.
Well, I just ran out of juice there for a minute on my laptop, so I missed the last 3 minutes of whatever Russell was saying, and I regret that because it was very informative, but I am convinced that it does seem like it really is necessary for him to seek the input of staff before he can finally advise us on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I agree with Commissioner Hall on this one. I'm always biased towards having a more complete record rather than a less complete record. And my sense is that whatever information is gathered here will have very little to do with this case or the appeal on this case, but it will provide a record that will help in future proceedings.
Subsequent cases, yeah.
And I don't think we need to take staff's time to do some kind of analysis of what the issues will be. I think we should just, where we can have a thorough record, just have a thorough record and go from there. So.
Well, I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, I would prefer to have more substantive information than not for subsequent cases.
Yeah, so that's my take on it, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree. I think, Russell, you recommended that we keep the order and that we see, what information is provided by El Paso Electric. But will there be anything else that comes before us when the information is provided? Is there anything else that we will be doing as a commission?
Mr. Vice Chair, no. And that's what I was trying to get at, is that the final order has been issued. It is on appeal. And so I can't imagine any action that could be taken with regard to such information. For instance, that's what I was saying. If the city found that, it believed there was a discrepancy possibly in this process, that something went wrong with the committee, that the cost of service study that underlay the analysis that led to the rates somehow was incongruous with the rates or didn't follow the instructions or something like that, none of which the city is saying now. I'm just saying this is what I have to think about as possible implications. The commission couldn't do anything about it because that order is on appeal. I don't know if the city would want to raise those issues in its own cross appeal or something like that. I don't know. I'm just telling you, these are the possibilities, and I don't know how they would be handled because these would be things that would be provided in the record after the evidentiary record has closed, but they would be analysis that was apparently implicit in what the committee did. I'm also not clear if this cost of service study, I have to tell you, I'm not clear why a cost of service study, I have two things I'm totally unclear on. Why a cost of service study would change based on the rates that are adopted by the commission. My understanding is a cost of service study allocates the costs of service to rate classes based on an understanding of the costs that are caused by those classes. I don't understand why that would change based on the rate structure. Usually, my understanding is that that's something that is a study that shows what the state of things are in terms of cost causation. And then the commission can take that information and decide how closely it wants to align the actual rates applicable to each rate class with their costs, the costs they cause. And that can involve, issues of how much the commission, like if the commission wants to raise rates much for some particular class that's not paying its costs. So I don't even understand why this would have the effect, like the commission's final decision would have what I consider a backward effect on the cost of service study. So I don't understand that. That's one of my problems with this. And that's why I also feel like Commissioner Fishman and Commissioner Hall, the reason I want to ask staff is I don't know how to write this order. I don't know exactly what I don't know what I would order particularly from the city or from the EPE or from the committee exactly how the city is asking for it. I don't even know how to write that order. That's why I'm asking staff to, why I would ask staff to come back and tell me what is it that would provide this information and who would have it. I mean, there were EPE witnesses on the committee that were part of this process, but my understanding is that's the committee's product. So I don't know why EPE would have it. I don't understand this process at all. And so I can't even write the order. That's why I need staff's input.
And Russell, the use of technical committees in a rate case that work with a hearing examiner, I mean, that's established practice, correct, of our agency?
Absolutely. And Mr. Vice Chair, and the thing is, I don't know that any issues with regard to, like I said, there has been no challenge yet by the city with regard to the order, and there may never be. They seem to be asking this for informational purposes. And I think Commissioner Fishman may be right that it's really for the purposes of the future, a future rate case or future understanding. But there haven't been challenges that I know of to the committee, what's produced by the committee, or the information that the commission chooses to disclose or not to disclose or include in an order from the committee. So even though it is very much an established practice, I don't know that we've ever dealt with these kinds of issues.
And I just wanted to say, I realize, the oversight was noted, by the hearing examiner that the recommended decision did not include a date specific on the filing notice for the new rates. And let's just all make sure that we're aware of it going forward, because to a large extent, that's why we're discussing this. So I just wanted to say that for the record. Chairman Fishman.
Yes, Vice Chairman Maestas and Chairman for the day. I do agree with the city's, regardless of how we handle this particular issue, which I consider kind of technical cleanup. I do agree with the city's assertion that if they can file the advice notice today, they should do it today. And my concern is very much around whether or not there'll be a request for a stay. This rate case was delayed many times. Ratepayers have waited a while, and it would be a shame if there was a stay put in place before an advice notice was put in place. And I would support the city's contention that if they can file the advice notice today, and let's give the ratepayers the relief that they deserve.
So, Commissioner Fishman, is that in the form of an amendment to the order, changing the date of the advice notice from July 2nd to June 30th?
Correct.
Close of business?
Correct.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor to the order. Does that apply to decretal paragraph C? Regarding EPE shall provide staff and all other parties with a copy of the electronic cost of service model, subject to the protective order in this matter on or before July 2nd. Do you want that to remain July 2nd and have the advice notice deadline as close of business today?
I think I'm losing the distinction there that you're making. So
then all the dates for decretal paragraphs B, C, and D would be June 30th. I guess that's my question. Or what other changes would you like to make besides the advice notice filing?
And Commissioner Fishman, I think I could clarify. I understand what Mr. Vice Chair is getting at, is that I went ahead and included in this proposed order July 2nd, which was EPE's proposed deadline for filing the advice notice. I went ahead and included that as a deadline for the other two things that were offered by EPE, which was the electronic cost of service and the Schedule A1. They didn't put a deadline for those, so I put that same deadline. And so what Mr. Vice Chair is asking is, would you change that deadline for those two things as well?
I'm agnostic. So not necessarily, but if it cleans it up, so then we can do that.
Would that be better, Russell, to make that change on B, C, and D, or does it really matter?
Mr. Vice Chair, I would not make that change because I don't know how quickly that EPE can put those things together and file them, but I don't see any reason not to give them another 2 days on that, because the advice notice is what really then prompts the 10 days for staff. That's where you get more of a time issue. And EPE did not say that they could have those other 2 items ready today. They said that only about the advice notice, and so I thought giving them till the end of the week seems perfectly reasonable just to have for that other information. And Commissioner Fishman, just to make a clarification, I have no problem with changing this to today. As I said, that's up to the commission. But one thing that you said about the motion to stay, I just want to clarify that under the current state of the law, it's the commission that first considers any motion to stay, and that's reviewed on an appellate basis by the court. So you do not need to worry about a surprise like expedited motion before the court where we have a hearing next week and they get a stay and then it's in place before there's an advice notice and before the rates go into effect. That's not going to happen because under the procedure that has been that's really in the rules and that the court is now actually following. The motion to stay, it comes to the commission first. So you don't have to worry about that kind of surprise timing, like an order that stops everything.
Yeah, appreciate the clarification, Russell. Thanks.
Commissioner Fishman, is that still your intention to revise that date for the filing of the advice notice?
That being the case, it doesn't seem to be an issue.
Okay. All right, Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar, any other comments? I think right now there's no proposed amendments to the order that was sent at about 8:35 this morning to all commissioners from Russell Fisk. Are there any other amendments to that order? Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
One final question, Russell. If in not responding to the city's request, that information that came out of the committee, that more detailed, is there some other point in time where we can ask for that and make sure it gets in the record somewhere?
Commissioner Fishman, absolutely. Absolutely. Even if in this order, the commission wouldn't be asking staff to look at this and give us an opinion. At any time, the commission could say, anytime before you close the docket, especially because this is for informational purposes, the commission can say, the commissioners can look at this information that's filed by EPE and say, oh, gee, maybe we would like something more. And we can do another order in the future that says, actually, we'd like to see this, this, and this. And then we can, absolutely. Yes, you're open to do that.
Okay, terrific. That's all I needed.
All right, any further discussion? If not,
willing to move the order.
No.
Commissioner Byrd, more discussion, or we have a motion to approve the order? And this is the order denying motion for clarification for lack of jurisdiction, order adopting recommendations of El Paso Electric Company to effectuate rate changes. All right, so we got a motion on the floor and a second. The motion was by Commissioner Fishman. The second was by Commissioner Byrd. Any discussion on the motion? Judy, roll call vote.
Yes, Commissioner Maestas, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Commissioner Fishman?
Aye.
And Commissioner Hall?
Aye.
And Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Aye.
And Commissioner Byrd?
Aye.
The order as so moved passes 5-0.
Thank you, Judy. And thank you, Russell, for handling that on the fly under a very short notice. I imagine you didn't have lunch like we did. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr.
All right,
Chair.
let's move on. Let's move on to the next item for potential action regarding case 21-00128-UT. Judy, why don't you just mention the title to it, and I can kick it off, or you can kick it off.
Yes, this is in the matter of a commission rulemaking regarding NMPRC Rule 17.7 NMAC Integrated Resource Plans and Procurement Procedures. It's in case number 21-00128 UT. And Commissioner Maestas wanted to discuss certain issues that were raised at the IRP rulemaking workshop that was held on June 22nd. And there were also comments filed prior to the workshop. And with that, Commissioner Maestas, you can take over. I could answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Judy. Well, first of all, I want to thank the team that's been working on this integrated resource plan rule and all the amendments. I listened in on the first workshop because there will be a second workshop, and I was particularly listening closely to some of the initial legal issues that were raised, and I thought immediately about, the P&M rate decoupling case, and I'm not going to talk in detail, but I know that that particular case is pending the exploration of legal threshold issues, mostly associated with some ambiguities in the statute regarding rate decoupling. But I simply, as just speaking for myself, didn't want these legal issues raised by some of the IOUs to be an impediment to the development of this IRP rule rewrite. And I don't know if I need to, maybe Judy, why don't you at least outline the primary legal issues that were raised, and then I could just share, why I wanted this item on the agenda for discussion. Can you just briefly mention some of the legal issues raised? I mean, I have my list here, but I may miss something.
And I will try to briefly summarize them. I would say the 3 IOUs all raised the issue that prior in 2018, there was a docket that had revised the IRP rule to delete the commission approval of the IRP. And there have been arguments that the commission now cannot go back and now say that the commission approves the IRP. It's my opinion that this argument does not have a lot of merit, because it was legal prior to 2018 to require approval. And in 2018, it was a different commission who wanted to move that back to not requiring, but that was a policy decision. It would still be legal to insert the approval process of the IRP back in. There were arguments regarding there were a lot of technical arguments, and I'm not going to elaborate on all of those, but there were arguments regarding authority of the commission and how far it could go to regulate procurement. And there were citations to legal authorities stating that the commission can regulate rates, but cannot substitute its judgment regarding financial matters for utilities. I would say those were the 2 overarching arguments. And then the third one was just that it was a repeal and a replace. So it was, there were a lot of what they seemed to think were radical changes, but I think, and this is just my opinion, part of it is because there's not we haven't had the chance to go through the fact that a lot of the old rule still is there. It's just in different places. So.
I can't find my hearing aids and one has gone out. I had like 2 left and I don't
Commissioner
have
Hall, you're unmuted.
it. Oh, sorry.
Well, thank you, Judy, for summarizing that. And I listened in on the entire workshop, and many of the representatives with the IOUs had essentially, or maybe even implied the need for a pause and to entertain legal briefings. And I thought that in lieu of pausing everything, that if we could go through their legal issues and determine which ones have merit to the degree where we would consider a corresponding amendment to the revised draft IRP rule as discussed at the first workshop, and in an effort to ensure that this continues to progress. And I think there were a lot of sore feelings about the very short initial comment period on the initial draft of the IRP rule. And I want to get beyond kind of the sore feelings over the initial process. And I know Commissioner Byrd, I think, and I supported his request for a second workshop, but it's my feeling that if we can demonstrate that we want to work with the investor-owned utilities and actually seriously review what they consider to be legal threshold issues, and even take that a step further and offer some amendments to the initial draft rule as a means to address their concerns. And so that's my only intent, all of you, is just to acknowledge their initial concerns. And I think there was maybe a slight stumble in the process, but now knowing that there's a second workshop, and I think this should assure many folks out there that are concerned about this major rewrite that we are going to perhaps adopt a more appropriate pace and consider some of the initial legal issues. Because again, I just don't want that to be undermining the process or to be a cloud over the process. And I think it's reasonable to put forth amendments to the rule in lieu of stopping everything and soliciting legal briefings on some of these legal issues that may or may not have merit. So with that, I'll open the floor to other commissioners. I don't think there's any need for any action. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Mr. Vice Chair, I guess I just have some comments. I think the way we go forward in the workshop process is to acknowledge comments that are made and bring forth, possible alternatives for discussion. And I think that's what we use as a basis for our workshop discussions is, back and forth on various issues. So I totally agree with what you're saying. I don't think it's an amendment just yet, but they are proposed alternative approaches that I think we need to bring forward to the next workshop to discuss. And I think that should be satisfactory to the parties. I mean, they're being heard and we're showing they're being heard and we're responding.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. And I just want to at least let everybody know that in these kinds of proceedings, they're informal and internal, but we typically don't involve more than 2 commissioners to avoid a quorum. And so, and maybe that's a good thing. I don't know, but certainly in the workshops, I do intend to participate because I do want to, this is a major policy change, and I've already gone on the record in terms of some of my initial concerns, but I certainly don't want process and any perceived threshold legal issues to get in the way. So Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, and I just wanted to comment that listening in on that meeting, some of the legal concerns seem to me to be just kind of resistance. It's new, and it's asking the utilities to do some more, quite frankly, upfront planning with the commission in a little more formalized way that connects to procurement. And so I understand their concerns. But they also did have some issues that, we had a meeting yesterday that we talked about, and that we, think they're legit concerns. And we are going to be bringing to the next meeting some specific alternatives on those and on a number of other issues as well that they raised, where frankly, they had good points. So I think as a group, we're working pretty hard to be good listeners and be flexible and be sure that we're not just saying we put this together and it's right, that we're incorporating all input to end up with the best product. My take also is that I do not believe a second workshop will be enough to get all the comments we need on this rule. I suspect we'll need at least one more beyond that to incorporate the comments that we got. So this is an ongoing interactive process. And I think that folks will see from this second meeting with the alternatives that we come back with, that we really are striving not to just protect our product, but to invite everyone in to come up with the best product. And so anyway, I make that commitment, and I think Commissioner Hall has, and so have Colin and Robert and Arthur for that matter. And I guess as we get to the next meeting, I hope you're listening in, and you'll get a flavor of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman, and thank you for suggesting even the possibility of the need for a third workshop. And I guess, I think it's always good to maybe look back in terms of retracing our steps. And I would just suggest that in the future for major repeal and replacements of rules, that perhaps instead of, going out with a major rewrite in the form of a draft rule, that maybe we have a workshop with certain questions in areas where we do want to make major changes, and then fashion the rule from the responses to those questions. But I think that we'll get over this bump in the road, and I think by expanding the process, I think we'll have more, cooperative collaboration, going forward.
Well,
go ahead, Commissioner Fishman. I was done.
Yeah, no, you raise a good point, and it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. And Russell just did a work on communication, on telecom rulemaking, where he came in with very open. Russell, are you still here?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman, yes, I'm here.
And you kind of came in with the idea of, no, we're not going to prescribe a direction. We're going to just take all this input and build from there, from the bottom up.
Yes.
And I recall you commenting afterwards that you would never do that again, because it was going all over the place and it was kind of a nightmare. And you're always kind of struggling, going, I don't want to cut any input off. But on the other hand, if I don't put a specific proposal in front of folks, I have no idea where this is going to go. And I thought maybe you, just from your experience, throw out a couple of comments that might help us as we struggle with that.
Yes, Commissioner Fishman, in the most recent State Rural Universal Service Fund rulemaking, the Commission's initial order did say that they knew there were a couple of issues to deal with, that they would deal with, and then open to proposals. The one thing I did say I would never do again, I didn't say I would never have a rulemaking that was open to all kinds of possibilities. I did say I would never do a proposed rule that had different alternatives by different people within the proposed rule. We had all kinds of, there were sections where there were 4 different entities providing revisions, and that was a nightmare. But so I would definitely advise never to do that. If you're doing a proposed rule, just have one version of it, and that's it.
So anyway, it's an art to some degree, when you do what. So anyway, just to get that out there. But the key is we have to open it up to all input and be sure that we're hearing all points of view. So
Thank you,
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
I just wanted to comment. I think it's a simple matter. If we have 3 commissioners or more who are interested in looking at participating in the workshop or attending it, even to put out a notice of possible quorum. Our workshop dates are scheduled in advance. It should be a simple matter to do that. So there should be no not ex parte, but quorum issue. If we do that, it's simple. And we could do it for each one just to cover it. So I just got a note from Isaac saying I do notices of quorum for all workshops. So we're covered.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar, any comments on this particular issue before we move on?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Byrd.
Just real quick, I'll try to be brief. But yeah, I'm in agreement. We've said it before. The more information we gather early, the better the product is at the end. And so, whatever delays or extensions of time, we won't call it delays. Whatever extensions of time and procedure needs to be changed in order to ensure good outcomes, I'm always in support of. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd.
In connection with that, could I make another remark?
Commissioner Hall.
We were talking about having at least one more workshop. It makes me think of a workshop that I conducted a number of years ago in 2017, I think it was, on a clean energy standard. And we actually had 12, I believe, different workshops. If not 12, it was 10. But anyhow, it was a lot. And we ended up deciding not to go forward with that rule, but it really took that long to really talk through and fully understand the issues that were there in that case that we had to talk about. I'm not suggesting we do that here at all, because it is very time consuming. And this is not the same thing at all. I think this is, well, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm committed to doing whatever we need to do to, complete our discussions. I hope it won't be 12 meetings, but I have no problem with a third or fourth or even a fifth. Hopefully we won't need to do that. I think people's thoughts have been advanced somewhat on this topic simply because we filed a rule before, even a proposed rule, that is. And actually, I don't know that we didn't get to the point of a NOPR in that, or did we? Yeah, we did, because we were about to have a hearing. So, but I think people have done some thinking on this topic anyhow, so their thoughts are probably more advanced than we had in the previous example. But I'm here to say, I think it's a good process. Even sometimes it can be arduous, but I do believe it's worth it. That's my point. So that's
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. So before we move on, just to be clear, are there any objections to having Office of General Counsel list all the legal issues raised during the workshop with at least an analysis in terms of whether or not they have merit? This would be in the form of a confidential memo, because I don't like to rely on my own notes, and I think if parties raise legal issues, we should get a response from OGC, and it should go to the entire commission. So
I think that-
at least for our edification, that all the legal issues be listed and with some kind of an analysis from general counsel on this.
Well, I mean, I appreciate your concern to have an up-to-date understanding from general counsel. Usually there is a general counsel individual in each workshop meeting. I was assuming one would be there. But in any case, I don't know. I think I don't know. I think it tends to add more work, but to general counsel, and it's a moving target, but
I might add then
not a
that
bad idea.
if there is somebody from general counsel on the IRP rule team and the investor-owned utilities raise legal issues that may have merit, then that doesn't hold water. And so I think that's why I'm concerned as well, is that despite having an OGC member on the team, potential meritorious or legal issues that have merit were raised. And I think every commissioner needs to be assured whether or not they have merit. That's all I'm asking for.
Sure. Yeah. Well.
So Judy, is this something that can be done in the form of just a staff memo?
Yes, if the commission would like me to do a confidential attorney-client memo, I can do that.
Are there any objections to this? Do we need to conduct a vote? No objections?
Not at all.
Great. Thank you, Judy, for doing that. And maybe if you can get it done before the next workshop, that would be great.
I can.
Okay, and then I guess the last, just to close the loop on this. So what I'm hearing is the team is gonna, with the advice from Judy on the IRP rewrite team, will look into any potential amendments that could respond to legal issues raised that could have merit. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. Okay. That's all I had. And thank you. I want to thank the team again. And I think Jonas, my assistant, listens in on that. So he keeps me apprised of what's going on. Obviously he's not representing me, but he keeps me apprised of how the team is going. And so again, I want to make sure this effort moves forward. So thanks for your indulgence.
And by the way, just a quick thank you to Jonas. He's had some good comments when we've had meetings, and it's helped the process.
Thank you. Anything else on this issue before we move on? All right, let's move on to the last discussion and potential action item. Judy, do you want to tee it up, and then I can chime in if necessary?
Yes. Case number 20-00205 is in the matter of the temporary moratorium on residential utility disconnections during the time period COVID-19 pandemic emergency orders are in effect, as authorized by 17.9.560, 17.10.650, and 17.12.760 NMAC. And this matter comes before you today upon a request from Commissioner Maestas to discuss the orders that are in effect and what the effect of Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham's announcement by a press release on June 18th that New Mexico will retire its color-coded county by county system and it will lift all COVID-19 health restrictions on commercial and day-to-day activity as I stated, as of July 1. That's tomorrow. She stated that beginning July 1, all pandemic-related occupancy restrictions on all forms of commercial activity will be lifted. All businesses across the state may once again operate at 100% of maximum capacity. So I identified three issues, and there may be more, I'm sure. But the first issue is, how does this announcement of the expiration of the emergency public health orders on July 1, 2021 affect the commission's prior orders in this case? Specifically, there's a commission order stating that the temporary moratorium on residential disconnections for IOUs remains in effect till August 12th, 2021. A second issue is regarding the reporting. Whether the commission wants to change anything about the reporting, or should the utilities just continue filing the reports and retaining records regarding disconnections and arrearages, which we stated was a year from, I believe, May 5th. And then a third question was, is there any particular mechanism that the commission could implement for customers that are in the middle of an installment agreement entered into during the temporary moratorium on disconnections, or on customers that have applied for relief, federal relief funds? Regarding the first issue, it's my opinion that the orders regarding stating that IOUs are prohibited from disconnecting prior to August 12th would turn into a voluntary order rather than a mandate, based upon the fact that our order specifically said that. In other words, between July 1, 2021, the date the governor lifts the COVID-19 emergency public health order, through August 12th, 2021, which was the expiration date on the commission's orders on the moratorium on residential disconnections by IOUs, the commission has previously urged all IOUs to voluntarily comply and to voluntarily not disconnect ratepayers who have accumulated past due arrearages on their bills since March 11th, 2020, which was the date of the first governor emergency public health order. So it's my recommendation that the commission has already said that they don't really need to do anything. And but again, voluntary is not mandatory, and the commission should be aware of that. Regarding the second issue, the commission already again has an order in stating that all public utilities will file their monthly reports regarding disconnections and past due arrearages, and continuing retaining records on both of those for 365 days after the expiration of the temporary moratorium. So that would be for IOUs after 365 days after August 12th, and for electric co-ops, that would be 365 days after, I believe it was May 4th. In addition, regarding the third issue of installment agreements, our previous orders have urged IOUs to voluntarily not have installment agreements shorter than the beginning of the LIHEAP moratorium, which is November 15th. And also have urged utilities to have installment agreements be extended as long as needed for the customer to be able to fulfill the terms, and urge the IOUs to waive late fees, and to urge the utilities not to disconnect any customer that's in the midst of applying for federal and other relief funds. So again, that would be voluntary, and our previous orders, as I've read them over, already state that. So I don't think there's anything the commission needs to do with respect to that. And I stand for questions.
Any questions for Judy? If I could, I just maybe want to add that I don't recommend any relaxation of our moratorium order, as I had my assistant Jonas compile a table of the arrears, the current combined arrears of investor-owned utilities and the co-ops. And in summary, I can tell you that it seems as though the total arrears has peaked in May for a total of 53,275,394. And hopefully this is a trend where that the arrears are going down. For example, Zia Natural Gas, their arrears in April were 609,000. In June, they're 266,000. So some of these companies are achieving great success in reducing their arrears, but I don't think that this should signal any relaxation. And the other thing I'd like to say is to appeal to the investor-owned utilities. We heard it loud and clear from you when we adopted the umbrella order that they were anxious for us to get out from between them and their customers, and that it doesn't serve them to disconnect their customers. So it seems by all indications that the governor is going to lift her public health order on July 1. And that would make the moratorium, as Judy said, that applies to, or disconnection moratorium that applies to IOUs, would go from mandatory to voluntary. And I'm appealing to the investor-owned utilities to honor the voluntary moratorium until August 12th of 2021 and continue working with those customers in arrears. We've heard loud and clear that the emergency rental assistance program has been slow, but in terms of getting the federal dollars out the door, but the Department of Finance and Administration is working directly with the investor-owned utilities to streamline the allocation of that federal money, also in light of additional monies that are made available for homeowners, not just renters, that includes utility assistance. And so from my perspective, this is an appeal to the IOUs to please, honor this moratorium. Again, I don't like to speculate, but it seems that the governor is intent on lifting this order. And I just felt like we should clarify for everyone what's in the order, because we did anticipate the expiration of the governor's health orders as a potential scenario during the overall timeframe of our order. So with that, I'll open the floor. Commissioner Fishman, did you want to? I thought you were ready to make some comments.
No, I'm good with the order we have and with just continuing to follow what we laid out previously.
And Jonas has sent me a note too that I guess there's an ongoing dialogue between Department of Finance Administration and the investor-owned utilities, that there is a streamlined attestation form that DFA has proposed. It's still in draft form. The big question is, what involvement, will the utilities have in issuing this attestation on behalf of DFA, or if DFA will do it directly. But there is some progress being made on the part of the Treasury Department, which is overseeing the emergency rental assistance program. They are relaxing some of the requirements. And so hopefully this streamlining of the federal red tape might help the acceleration and bulk payments to not just the investor-owned utilities, but to co-ops as well. Judy, did I cover everything that I was supposed to cover?
Yes, and if we if anything comes to our attention after the governor lifts her order, we can always bring it back on the agenda again.
So in the event that that happens, Judy, I guess there's nothing that we need to do.
I would say at this point, we, as you stated correctly, we took care of the fact that at some point the governor's emergency public health orders would expire, and that would not necessarily be the exact same date as when any of the commission's orders expired. So we said that if the governor's orders expired earlier than any of the dates that we set in our orders, that after that date, the orders would be voluntary rather than mandatory. So I think that that's about as clear as I can make it. And as I said, if we receive information about utilities doing things that we think we need to look into, I think I know the commission can bring this back and discuss it and do potential action.
Thanks, Judy. And I guess in conclusion, I want to thank the entire commission for, having the fortitude to actually depart from the governor's public health orders by establishing these transition periods to allow co-ops and utilities to kind of prepare, right, and focus on working on these installment plans for all their customers that are truly suffering as a result of this pandemic. And I thought, and I think the expiration of the governor's public health order in the middle of the time frame, the overall time frame of this order, I think really speaks to, I think, our foresight. And so I just commend the commission for doing that. And I think it was still is a very sound order. So thank you, my colleagues.
Well, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
I want to thank the utilities as well. This turned into a longer haul than any of us expected. And I just want to thank them for their forbearance, and that, again, this is another one of those catch-22 issues. You want to give people a break, but then, human nature being what it is, if you give too much of a break, sometimes it gets exploited the other way. And I think we're striking here a good balance. And I appreciate the utilities' patience in working with us on this. So just thank you to all of you.
Well said. And I want to thank those investor-owned utilities that made private shareholder funds available for pandemic relief. And I believe they voluntarily extended the availability of those shareholder funds. I think this was New Mexico Gas Company and Public Service Company of New Mexico. I could be leaving somebody else out, but that's also much appreciated. So thank you all for that. Anything else on the moratorium on disconnections, the order? All right. Thank you, Judy. Let's move on to our next agenda item, and that is communications with the Chief of Staff. Wayne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Sir.
How are you?
Doing great. Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. It's nice to see you here this afternoon. I feel like I'm a bit of a broken record on these communications because I always start off with an update on the Boken building. One of these days, I won't have to update you on the Boken building, but we are in the midst of finally moving furniture into the building. That started Monday morning. Last night, I think Miguel ended up leaving at about 8 p.m. So we've had a couple of long days. I did have a chance to stop by briefly myself yesterday afternoon to see how things are going. As with any move, there are challenges. Mentioned to Commissioner Byrd before the meeting started today that my experience has been that moving and moving in are two very different things. The move usually takes a few days, but actually moving in and getting everything put away, all the boxes unpacked, at least in my personal experience, can take quite a bit more time. But we are making progress. I think we're getting a little bit more organized in terms of what we're actually moving out of the storage sheds, because we aren't going to need everything that we put into the storage sheds put into the new Bochum building. So that is progressing. I think it'll continue obviously through today, probably over the next couple of days as well. We're actually trying to straighten up some offices and make sure that the essentials are in each of the offices, which are a desk and a chair and a filing cabinet. Once we feel comfortable that we've got most of the offices as squared away as possible, then we can do a final cleaning and touch up of the building, as well as redo the floors, which needed it before the move. But I can tell you, after what I saw yesterday, they really are going to need it after the move. So we are continuing to stay on track, I think, in general with that. I will say that a bright spot is that the hearing examiner's room and the new furniture and the new audiovisual equipment for the hearing examiner's room looks really nice. I was worried, and I know some of you who visited as well were worried as to whether or not that space would be adequate. But I think with the investments that we've made, again, in the furnishings as well as the audiovisual equipment, it will meet the needs of most of the hearings that we have. I also think it will work for commission meetings too. If we have a large rate case with hundreds of people who want to participate, we may have to look for another venue. But I think in many cases we can also hold commission meetings in that room, and it'll be a good spot for the commission. So that's the Bochum building. Happy to answer any questions that you have. Maybe starting next week or the week after, we might be in a position where if folks want to stop by and take a look, it'll be in a good enough shape for you to do that. One other thing, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, I just wanted to update you on, let you know that we haven't forgotten about it. We've had a number of discussions before the commission in terms of our compliance monitoring. I wanted to let you know, and particularly you, Mr. Chairman, that we've continued to meet on that. I think every meeting that we've had, we've begun to narrow some of the gaps, starting to put together a gap analysis, as well as at least putting together some ideas on existing resources that might be able to get us to a better place and address some of the concerns that have been raised with regard to that. I think we said that we would update you again in July, and I certainly think that by mid to late July, we'll have something that hopefully will, again, be a good start. We may need to seek out additional resources in the future through the legislative process, but first step is to see what we have internally that can address the concerns that have been raised. And with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I hope you all have a happy and safe 4th of July, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for our chief of staff? Wow, no questions. You got off easy there, Wayne.
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, next item, communications with general counsel, Judy.
Oh, I have no communications except to remind you that Michael Smith will not be, and he'll be on annual leave until after the July 14th meeting.
Thank you, Judy. But any questions for Judy since she's, all right. Thank you, Judy. All right, communications with commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. Just a follow up on last week's note. Our boys won the state championship last Thursday, so super proud of those boys. First time for Logan. to have a state championship baseball team.
Congratulations, hot dog. That's really something to be proud of.
Yes, ma'am. I am.
Congratulations, Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
And did you at least buy the kids some ice cream afterwards?
Pizza.
Well, so here's the deal. We had a restaurant set up, and sometime during the game, they called our coach, said they couldn't take us. You know, there was like 24 with coaches, bus drivers, kids, and everything. So anyway, we ended up going to Outback Steakhouse, which was a little bit more than what the budget was allowed. But so I covered the difference between what the school's budget would allow for the kids and what was necessary for the restaurant to get their pay. So yeah, I bought ice cream and a couple of steaks, but I was proud to do it. Those boys earned it.
Well, you get the award for best dad on the commission.
In response
Well,
to
maybe for today, I'm sure there's something tomorrow.
Commissioner Byrd, you missed
Yes.
my emojis. I used 5 out of the 6 in response to the good news about the state champs. So
Yeah, 6.
I saw some of them. They were popping up there. The party hat was still there.
Another one.
But
anything
thank you,
else? Any
Commissioner.
other matters from Commissioner Byrd? Anything else?
No serious matters, just important ones.
Well, I wanted to let
Right.
everybody know that I just got in from meeting with the Arizona Corporation Commission staff, and I'm going to be providing a kind of a more detailed formal report. But as you know, kind of my interest was piqued regarding their 2-team approach. It's a litigation team and an advisory team, and they use it on all major cases. And I know what you're all thinking, that we don't have the staff to do that, but you'll be surprised in terms of what my findings were. Their utility division is experiencing the same issues. And I think it's worth exploration. I know that we have a new chief of staff and he has a vision for our organization, but before he goes down that path, I just feel like if there's a way we can perhaps employ or implement a process that better leverages our limiting staff, that maximizes the advisory capacity to commissions, I think we'll make more informed decisions, and we will address the finding from the 2017 NEAR evaluation of the PRC that perhaps, you know, the public trust is being compromised. I don't feel that way, but I would like to see more robust advice, particularly on these very complex cases. And I feel that this 2-team approach may help. So I'll write up some notes, but I think it looks very good. And I intend to also provide this to our chief of staff. And on a lighter note, I had lunch with the current chairwoman of the ACC, the Arizona Corporation Commission, Leah Marquez Peterson, and she said to say hello. She has family roots in Mora, New Mexico, and she's really doing a great job. She's very proactive. In terms of the relationships between their commission and the legislature, they're very similar. There's no love lost there. The legislature really does not like the authority that the ACC has. Their authority, like ours, at least up until January 1st of 2023, rests in their state's constitution. But I'll have more to add on that in my report. But I think the visit, it was one day. The executive director provided all the division directors, allowed them time to meet with me. And so I got the perspective from staff. and I got the perspective from the chairperson. And so, who knows? There's no guarantee, but maybe this two-team approach will work. I know Mike Smith's not here to really respond to it. I guess, as I understand, that used to be employed here at the PRC. And maybe this could, instead of change our plans to staff up subject matter experts on within OGC, perhaps if we use this two-team approach, maybe we can instead staff up the advocacy side and employ the two-team approach on a case-by-case basis. So I just wanted to offer that as maybe a different paradigm in terms of what we were pursuing in building a cadre of multidisciplinary technical staff to solely advise the commission. Anything else? Any comments, Commissioner Fishman?
Yeah, the upcoming meeting in Denver, I've been invited to, I'm going to be up there for that meeting with NARUC, and former chair of the Colorado Commission, Jeff Ackerman, is organizing a meeting to talk about transmission and distribution issues around a group of Western states. And on the 16th in the evening, I know they're going to have a meeting where he's already got about 15 commissioners from Western states lined up to be part of that discussion. And for any commissioners who are up there, I think it'd be terrific if you haven't been asked to join yet. I think it'd be great if you did join. And just would like to let everybody know that's going on, and invite any commissioners who want to be a part of it to join in. Jeff brings a lot of perspective, Commissioner Ackerman does. And it's also, I think one of the sponsors is going to be RAP, but I think there's a couple other advocacy organizations who are also involved in the process. So just wanted to make everyone aware in case they weren't.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes, I'd heard about that too, and I suggested he inform the rest of the commissioners. So I'm planning on being there. I guess I thought it was on a Monday night, but I don't think the 16th is a Monday, so might be some question there. I think it's, well, whatever. Well, I'll double check. But in any case, it did look like a good presentation they were going to have. So I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Any other communications with commissioners? So Commissioner Fishman, so my training wheels, they're still on.
You got an A+.
Anyway, thank you all. If there's nothing else, anything else before we adjourn? All right, we're adjourned. Thank you all.
Have a good 4th, guys.
Same to you all. Bye.
Bye.